Well, hello, everybody. Hi, Teresa. I hope you haven't popped off yet. Good to see you, love. That's crazy. I was actually thinking about you earlier today and was wondering about your move, your travels that are coming up. I hope everything is going very well for you, love. Um, Hello, everybody. If you are new here, my name is Sophie. I am your friendly tarot reader for likely this afternoon for most of you, but it is evening for me right now. I am away, um, so that's why I'm on a little earlier than I normally go on, and why I haven't been on for like a couple of weeks now. And I figured out that I had access to Wi-Fi, so yeah, I decided to pop on tonight. Um, I hope everybody is doing wonderfully. I can answer any of your questions with the exception of medical and or legal questions. Um, as you can, well, for those of you who are not new, who are regulars, this is not my normal setup. You can normally see the cards. I don't have that set up right now, but I will show you all of the cards that I do pull. Hey, Tim, how are you doing, Tim? Good to see you. Um, yeah, I will show every card that I pull, and we are using a new tarot deck today, the Couture Tarot deck by Megan Skinner. I got this for the holidays, and I love it. I've been breaking into it. I'm doing great. I'm doing great, Tim. Thank you for asking. I'm traveling right now, and that's so I haven't been able to go live for the past couple of weeks or so. So found a good time to go on tonight. So here I am. I'm like forgetting my spiel. It's been so long. I don't even remember. It must have been about 2 weeks ago since I went on last. Um, yes, I can answer any of your questions with the exception of medical or legal. All my donation information can be found at the top of the chat and throughout the body of the chat as well, and the information for the video itself. I accept PayPal, Venmo, and Cashapp, and I also accept SuperChat for your convenience. But it is slightly higher, so please check out the donation amounts for that if you do need to use Super Chat. As I mentioned, I can answer any of your questions. No problem, Tim. No problem. I'm also a psychic medium. I can communicate with those who have passed on, and I have all of my supplies to do so. So if that is something that you are interested in, please let me know, and we can check and see if the person who you're wanting to communicate with is indeed available. Hi, Wendy. Thank you so much, girl, for your donation, love. Good to see you. Let's go ahead and add your... I just got back from London, girl. I got back Monday night. Feels like I just got back. I got some stories to tell you, girl. I had a good time. It was really cold. There was like not a blizzard, but like even the locals were just like, this is bloody cold. It's really cold. Like Sunday, I could hardly like leave the house. It was so I'm not even joking. It was like frigidly cold. It didn't rain, which makes it colder. It didn't snow, which also makes it colder. But other than the cold, it was good. It was really good. Yeah, no, it was good. I stayed in Camden. I spent most of my time in Camden. I didn't end up going to IT or anything like that. I ended up even going to Piccadilly. I went to the Natural History Museum, but I just spent most of my time in Camden. It's snowy. Wait, where is it snowy? In London? Now? Because there wasn't snow when I was there. It snowed the day I got to Paris. It was beautiful. It was so beautiful. As you know, as California folk, don't get to see the snow very often. And I can't drive in it, let alone I can hardly walk in it. But it's always such a magical little treasure to see and to come across. But I feel like a badass now. So coming back from London, it's so much warmer in Paris. It's like at least, I'd say probably 10 degrees, 15 degrees warmer. So I don't even gotta wear a scarf today. Like, how does my manager A feel about me? Now, I know this isn't a romance question, but I always offer the TFI spread. I've done TFI readings for people's bosses before, and other people in their lives, but I've definitely done boss readings for people, and I can do thoughts, feelings, and intentions, or we can just ask what A's feelings are towards you. It's entirely up to you. Oh, now you can see my pretty necklace. And that's so pretty. You still can't really see it that well, but I love this necklace. And I found my favorite red lipstick right before I left. I was so pleased. Just feelings, you got it, love. And you don't happen to know A's sign, do you? And is A a man or a woman? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How does A... Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Wendy. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How does A feel towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How does A feel towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How does A feel towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How does A feel towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How does A feel towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How does A feel towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How does A feel towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How does A feel towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How does A feel towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How does A feel towards Wendy? And we're using a new deck today, girl. We're using the Couture Tarot deck. It's like based on, pretty self-explanatory, based on different designers. It's beautiful. I don't remember if he's a Libra or Virgo. Okay, no problem. We have the Lovers reversed, 10 of Cups reversed, 2 of Cups, 5 of Wands, and Judgment. Okay. Judgment, 2 of Cups, 10 of Cups reversed. These are the cards that are really popping up in my head. Hi, Miss Thanglo. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Hi, Miss Thang. Welcome. I need my special career book that will help me with this. Let's start with this Lovers reversed card here. So when it comes to the Lovers reversed in terms of career, we have conflicts between colleagues and or romance at work leading to trouble. Now, this 2 of Cups right here in the center, I'm not just saying this because you're a beautiful woman who's very sought after, let's just put it that way, and that's a wonderful thing. I'm not just saying that because that tends to happen, but do you get the sense that he has some kind of romantic inclinations towards you? Your son changed your screen name. Oh, okay, so I don't remember what your other screen name was. What was your other screen name? So I don't know if there's some romantic tension here that he's not able to get. There is definitely elements of frustration here. I feel like he's been flirty and it's cringe. Yeah. I picked up on it. I picked up on that. And I didn't want to say it because, like I mentioned, I just want to default to that. But I kind of thought that at first. I was like, what could be going on here? Yeah, the Lovers reversed, Ten of Cups reversed. I want some clarity on this as well. This Ten of Cups reversed. Hostile workplace, tensions between colleagues, isolation at workplace. Thank you so very much, Brian, for your donation, my guy. I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? Let me quickly add you to the list here. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just getting tension. We're talking about tension. We also have this Five of Wands here, which is conflicts, tension. And I'm not getting the sense that he thinks that you're a bad worker by any means. But there's definitely deeply frustrated energy with him. And it's feeling, I don't want to say of a sexual nature, it's actually feeling like more of like romantic frustration. These are cups. These aren't wands. I don't know if you noticed that, but these are cups. This is someone I think feeling like, damn, like I really want to, I would really like to be with Wendy, but there's no way that can happen. He tried his best to be flirty with you and it ended up coming off as cringy. I think he kind of picked up on that. Hey, hun, I donated. Could you add me? He shouldn't be acting like. No, that's not. It's not right. It's not right. Hi, Juliet Carter. Welcome. Oh, I see. I see. I'm sorry. We received a ton of donations. Thank you so much, Miss N, and thank you to Tim, and thank you to Juliet. Let me go ahead and quickly update this. Sorry, one moment. Sorry, just give me one small second here. I'm so sorry. And okay, we are all up to speed. Yeah, no, this is not right. It's not right behavior at all. He shouldn't be acting this way. And then we have this judgment card here at the end. That concerns me, this judgment card, because the energy that I'm getting is that he genuinely thinks that you're a great worker. He has no reason to think that you're a lousy worker, that you shouldn't be there. Quite the opposite. He thinks that you're an excellent worker and you should be there. What is disturbing me is how he seemingly feels and looks. What's the word? Like thwarted or defeated, and I don't know how easy that is for him to handle. I don't think that with this judgment card, I don't think that he's going to try and push things further, and I don't think he's going to try and cause trouble. He knows he needs to keep his job, and I think he knows that it would be very dangerous to try and move forward here in that direction and in such a non-professional direction. But yeah, there's definitely thwarted feelings here of the romantic variety. Five of Wands, competition. Five of Wands, I didn't even think about that. Five of Wands, competitive energy. I think he feels competitive energy with other fellows at your work. But But I also don't think he's going to overstep any boundaries. He already did by flirting with you. But I think that's going to come to a close. I think he realized that fell flat, and also just isn't right. And that's literally, I mean, that is something that you could totally report him for. He shouldn't be flirting with you. That's, I mean, I guess in his defense, not me defending him, but if he tried to defend himself, he could say, "Oh, well, I wasn't necessarily flirting. I was just being friendly." But if it made you feel a certain way, he flirted with you, and it made you uncomfortable, and it was not appropriate. Just not appropriate in the workplace at all. And I don't think there's any threat here. I don't think there's any threat. I think he's gonna lay. I think he's just kind of gonna accept defeat here. And I think that's why he's feeling like thwarted. That's just like the energy I keep getting. It's just like defeated. Like this isn't gonna work. There's no way in hell, no chance in hell that this is gonna work with me and her. So he's just kind of in that place where it's like he's just wallowing. He's just feeling bad for himself. Like too bad. Yeah, he's out of the office now. I just iced him out when he did it. Yeah. That's and I encourage you to just do that. And if he does it again, to report him, because that's just really not appropriate. And there you go. You literally just had harassment training. God, that was like at my other job. We had literally just had harassment training, and then I had to report that guy for harassment at HR. So yeah, no, he should know, and he does. I think he does know that he's way out of his bounds here. I'm sorry, Wendy. I'm sorry, love. But I don't think it'll get worse. I don't think it'll get worse. Thank you, love. I really appreciate you, Wendy. And yeah, I'm gonna send you a message over Instagram. Just some more London talk, more vacay talk. Just some things I didn't want to mention online, but thank you so much, love. Thank you. Okay, I didn't want to think too much into it, but it was obvious. Oh, totally. Even before I pulled the cards, I kind of felt that was going to come up. And then when I saw those reversed cups, I was just like, oh dear. Yeah, no, you. I mean, your intuition's so strong. Yeah, that energy was pretty abundant there, and you weren't imagining things. No. Thank you so much again, love. Thank you. Brian Oliver, thank you very much for your donation, my friend. I'm gonna wait for Brian to come to the chat. You are here. All right, cool. And you were wondering, will you, Jeremy, Paul, and your dad have a musical jam session at your house soon? You got it. Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Brian, Jeremy, Paul, and his dad have a jam sesh at his house soon? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Brian, Jeremy, Paul, and his dad have a jam sesh at his house soon? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Brian, Jeremy, Paul, and his dad have a jam session at his house soon? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Brian, Jeremy, Paul, and his dad have a jam session at his house soon? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Brian, Jeremy, Paul, and his dad have a jam session at his house soon? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Brian, Jeremy, Paul, and his dad have a jam session at his house soon? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Brian, Jeremy, Paul, and his dad have a jam session at his house soon? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Brian, Jeremy, Paul, and his dad have a jam session at his house soon? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Brian, Jeremy, Paul, and his dad have a jam session at his house soon? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Brian, Jeremy, Paul, and his dad have a jam session at his house soon? Jeff was playing drums for me, my dad, and Jeremy, but he's on vacation right now. I want to introduce Paul to the mix. Okay, great. So Paul's a new addition here. We have 5 of Pentacles reversed, the Star, the Lovers reversed, King of Cups reversed, and Ace of Cups. Paul's away, insane guitar player. Oh, awesome, awesome. So do I think that you guys are going to have a jam session at your house soon? I do. Soon is the operative word, though. You know, what soon is to you could be ages to somebody else. But I do see, and especially if you guys haven't had a jam session in a while, I do see like coming in from out of the cold and returning to the energy of your creative sessions. I see creative energy flowing between you guys with this beautiful star card. However, is one of the guys in the group the one that was having some issues? Because I'm seeing the King of Cups reversed here, and that's usually indicative of a gentleman who is having some issues managing emotional stuff. So it could also be a factor of, yeah, I do see you guys having, okay, so that's what I think might be going on, because we also have the Lovers reversed here. I do think, okay, so I do think you are going to have, I do totally believe you're going to have a jam session, and I think it's going to happen soon. But the caveat here that I'm seeing, and this beautiful Ace of Cups too, this is wonderful. Ace of Cups is a very, it's all about creation, creativity, and the start of something new. You know, adding a new member to the group. I do see you guys having a jam session, and I do see you having one soon. But I do see one person like not coming through. I'm gonna guess that it's that guy, or he might just be kind of wishy-washy about it. But I see everyone else totally being on board and wanting to do this pretty soon, sooner than later. But he's just he still hasn't. I mean, and I don't expect him to fully recover from things. I don't know his situation, but he's still being affected. He's still being affected by that. So it's not for certain that he's not going to show up. It's more like he's likely going to be on the fence. But the rest of y'all, I see the rest of you totally being on board. So I really hope that he can get it together and be on board as well. But yeah, I do see you guys making this work. Definitely see you guys making this work. And I truly hope that your friend comes through. Well, thank you so much, Brian. I really appreciate you, and I hope I brought you some clarity there to your question. Miss N, Miss J Moon, thank you so much for your donation, love. Please go ahead and post your question right there in the chat. I want to use Jeremy. I don't want to have to go looking for a new singer. Thank you. Yeah, wait, so is Jeremy the problematic one? Not problematic, but the one that is having some issues committing? I understand that, not wanting to look for a new, if he's the singer, I understand not wanting to look for a new person. Hi, Miss N. Thank you for being here. He kept throwing up at work. Oh no, that's no good. Are my bosses trying to replace me with the new person? Let's see, give me one moment. All right. Thank you so much for y'all's patience. It was bad. Oh yeah. All prayers for him, for Jeremy. That's really too bad. Thank you again, Brian. Thank you so much. All right, and are my bosses trying to replace me with the new person? Could I get the new person's name, N, or at least their first initial? Oh, I thought it was multiple bosses because you said are my bosses, excuse me, are my bosses trying to replace me with a new person? So your boss is E and the new person is S. Okay. Okay. Angel messengers and spirit guides. Is N's boss E trying to replace her with S? Angel messengers and spirit guides. Is N's boss E trying to replace her with S? Angel messengers and spirit guides. Is N's boss E trying to replace her with S? Angel messengers and spirit guides. Is N's boss E trying to replace her with S? Angel messengers and spirit guides. Is N's boss E trying to replace her with S? Angel messengers and spirit guides. Is N's boss E trying to replace her with S? Angel messengers and spirit guides. Is N's boss E trying to replace her with S? Angel messengers and spirit guides. Is N's boss E trying to replace her with S? Angel messengers and spirit guides. Is N's boss E trying to replace her with S? Angel messengers and spirit guides. Is N's boss E trying to replace her with S? Second bosses are, that's held up. Okay. All right, we have 9 of Pentacles reversed, 10 of Wands, 5 of Pentacles reversed, Judgment, and 2 of Cups reversed. This doesn't look good. Yeah, this doesn't look good, love. I don't know how long you've been there, but I do see some contention here. Starting, well, let me get my career book here. Starting with this 9 of Pentacles reversed. I think I know. I'm positive I know what this means, but oh my. Yeah, this 9 of Pentacles reversed, it's like they're not, your boss isn't acknowledging your value, and is willing to overlook your value and what you bring to the workplace in order to bring, I mean, I'm assuming S already works there, but in order to replace, to give her your position. There's something not right in the milk here. This 10 of Wands as well. It's like he or she is willing to go to great lengths to try and make this happen. He does work there. Okay. This 5 of Pentacles reversed. I want some clarity on this real quick. Yeah, 5 of Pentacles reversed, feeling unwelcomed. And he's definitely, I get the sense that this boss is definitely making you feel unwelcomed in a major way. And then we have this 2 of Cups reversed card. This boss in particular feels like S would be a better fit for that position. Not my opinion. It is what I'm seeing here on their side. And then we have this Judgment card here. He thinks he's got a really, really clear idea as to why S should be in your position. And I don't know how successful he's going to be. And S does. Okay, so S does work there. Yeah, I don't know how successful he's going to be, but he is willing to put up a fight here. So are they gonna like usher him in and fire me? Like what happens here? That I don't know. Love. That's a different question. We asked if he was looking to replace you with S, and the answer I got here is yes, he is looking to replace you with S. Now, is he going to be able to? That I don't know. Hi, thank you so much for your donation, Diana. I'll add you in just a moment. That I don't know. I don't know if he has the power to do that. So this isn't even set in stone that you're going to be replaced. This is just answering the question: does he want to replace you with S? Yes, he does. He does. But that's specifically on him. And I don't know if he has all that power. I really don't. And in terms of what happens next, that I don't know either, love. I don't know if they would end up letting you go, or if they would move you to a different department. I don't know. But to answer your question, yes, he is wanting to replace you with S. At least wants S to have your position. Now, that could also mean, and we didn't ask this, but it could also mean that he feels that you would be in a better position elsewhere within your company, not like at another job, but within your actual company, and wanting to move you. So it could really go in different directions. Either it can go in the direction of he doesn't have success in doing this, or he does and you're let go, or he does and you're moved to another department. And you just donated for 2 more. Thank you so much, love. Thank you. Please go ahead and post your next question while I go ahead and add Diana. Am I going to move to Paris with my dog this Friday to take a new job at an elite AI lab? Well, E, you might want to, the suspense is killing you. I can only imagine. You might want to make a donation if you actually want to ask, but that's exciting, my friend. So my second question is, I guess what happens? Do I get the axe and him ushered in? Like, do I get moved? What happens? Okay. So I think the way that we should phrase this is, if your boss is successful in replacing you, or replacing you with S, what would the results be? Because he may not be successful, you know. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. If E does move S into N's position, what will be the result? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. If E does move S into N's position, what will be the result for N? Ancient messengers and spirit guides, if E does move S into N's position, what will be the results? Ancient messengers and spirit guides, if E does replace N with S, what will be the result for N? Ancient messengers and spirit guides, if E does replace N with S, what will be the results for N? Ancient messengers and spirit guides, if E successfully replaces N with S, what will be the results? Ancient messengers and spirit guides, if E successfully replaces N with S, what will be the result for N? Ancient messengers and spirit guides, if E successfully replaces N with S, what will be N's result? Ancient messengers and spirit guides, if E successfully replaces N's position with S, what will be the result for N? Ancient messengers and spirit guides, if E is successful in replacing N with S, what will be the end result for N? We have King of Cups reversed, the Wheel of Fortune reversed, 10 of Wands, the Lovers reversed, and 3 of Cups. Three of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune reversed. So if he is successful, it looks like things will be difficult. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like you likely would get laid off. Things not moving forward with you in the company with this Wheel of Fortune reversed and the Lovers reversed is causing a sense of imbalance and upheaval, burdens shouldered on your own. But I'm also getting a message, and I know you probably don't want to hear this, but I'm also with this 3 of Cups. And I got this message before earlier. If you were to be replaced and let go, it would not be the worst thing in the world. I know nobody wants to get laid off. No one wants to be replaced. No one wants to lose their job. I know, but what I'm seeing here is that there's other opportunities out there for you that would serve you much, much better. And I mean, I'm even just thinking, if I was working somewhere and they felt that, and even if one person felt that I needed to be replaced, that wouldn't be it wouldn't be an environment that was very conducive to me being able to do my best work. It's not good energy. It's just not good energy. So yeah, it doesn't. If he is successful, it looks like you would likely get laid off. But I will repeat it. Spirit is saying that would really not be the worst thing to happen. It feels like it when it's happening, or when you're fearing that it's going to happen. But I'm also assuming that if they lay you off, or fire you, lay you off, whatever we want to call it, I'm assuming you'll be getting unemployment. I hope you do, which would buy you some time to find a new job, to find that new opportunity. Because I mean, that's just not good energy to be around. Constantly questioning, or not constantly questioning, but questioning a lot of the time where you are at your job, because they're either not telling you, or yeah, that's usually a big one, is they're just not saying anything, so you don't really know where you stand. You should be getting feedback, positive and negative, all of it. neutral, in between, just like a review on your work. I don't know if they give regular reviews, but I feel like this place has kept you in the dark for a while in terms of how you how you perceive yourself there. So that is what I'm seeing for that, love. Please go ahead and post your third question. Thank you. Hi, Tim. Thank you for being here. We're still on N right now. We're still on J Moon. She has another question to ask. Thank you. How do E and R feel about me at this job overall? Like, why do they have an issue with me? Do they ever give you reviews on your performance or anything like that? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How do E and R feel about N overall, her work? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How do E and R feel about N overall at her work? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How do E and R feel about N overall at her work? Never. Yeah, that's what I've noticed that. I've noticed that over the years I've been reading for you, or at least over the times, because I remember when you got this new job. Wasn't it maybe about a year ago or so? Maybe I'm getting the timelines wrong, but yeah, they never tell you anything. You're always in the dark. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. I was just thinking about that. Yeah. I've always noticed that, and I know a lot. It happens with a lot of my clients, but it's still not right. It's not okay. And yeah, being in the dark there is just not good. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How do we and R feel about N at this job overall? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How do E and R feel about N at this job overall? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How do E and R feel about N at this job overall? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How do E and R feel about N at this job overall? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How do E and R feel about N at this job overall? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How do E and R feel about N at this job overall? All right. We have Four of Cups, the World reversed, the Sun. We're just talking about being in the dark. Again, the Lovers reversed, and Knight of Pentacles reversed. Okay, so it's not that they have a problem with you. Well, they don't have a problem with you on a personal level, and I don't think that's what you were asking. I don't think you were asking me like what's their problem with me on a personal level. I don't think that's what you were asking, but I just want to clarify it's nothing personal at all. This is just where they stand. Again, we have this Lovers reverse card. They just don't feel like you are a good fit at the job. I don't remember picking up on this energy in the past. This feels like a relatively new thing. They do know that you have a lot of value and a lot of potential with this Sun card. They just don't feel like this is the best environment for you to thrive. They see that you're a good worker. This Knight of Pentacles reverse. They see that you're a good worker. You're good at what you do, but there's something that just doesn't. There's something that they just feel doesn't match for whatever reason with your workplace in general. Now this could be you being in the dark and not being given feedback on your work, that just putting myself in your shoes, that would make me so nervous coming to. And I've had jobs like that where you don't know where you stand half the time, and then when you do get a sign that something's like off, like really off, it puts you in a state where you you're on high alert. You're running on adrenaline because you're not sure where you stand, and that could be possibly what they're seeing is um, you possibly not feeling super confident at your workplace, and them taking that as, oh, she's just not a good fit here, or her vibe or her energy doesn't fit here. But yeah, they feel like it's just not a good fit for you. This job, not the job, but the workplace with the world reversed. And I don't know if I'm assuming that you complete all your tasks that you need to do on time. And if you have any issues with any tasks that are thrown your way, you ask them for help. But I want some clarity on this Four of Cups. For whatever reason, they just feel like there is some kind of lack. Lack of progress. This Four of Cups. But I think this is also, I think they might be misinterpreting your frustrated, scared, insecure energies as like not wanting to be there, not feeling fully invested or like part of the team anymore. That's what I think is going on. And it's not your fault at all. How could anyone not feel or behave that way or have that kind of energy? And you may not even have that energy. I'm just drawing from my own experiences and from people I know. But we've seen this Lover's card come up more than once with your questions. We also had the Two of Cups reverse, and both those cards are a sign that the superior just feels that for whatever reason you're not a good fit. Hi, Juliet. This is what the queue currently looks like. And if you want to skip, you can donate an extra $5 and you would be read for next. Thank you. So yeah, again, this is not a personal thing at all. I think they're misreading energies. I really do. And I think that they brought this on themselves. This is not your fault at all. This is piss poor management. This is mismanagement. I believe I've been saying this or thinking this at least for the times I've read for you in the past for this job. They leave you in the dark. They don't tell you whether you're doing good or bad. So, you're just left in the dark, not knowing, and that would definitely put me in a state of insecurity. Again, I can't promise you that they're going to be successful in replacing your position with S. But I do want to remind you, and I know it sounds trite, or I hope it doesn't sound trite because I'm being very, very honest here. I am seeing in the cards, and I'm getting the energy that this wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to happen. It's not a good work environment where you're constantly questioning how you're doing, and you can't just ask someone how you're doing and expect a forthright answer. If that's the kind of environment that they are fostering, then it's just not ideal. Yeah, so that's what I'm seeing, Miss N. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you as always, and hope I brought you some clarity there. Please don't worry too much. I know that's easier said than done. But I really, truly believe that even if you do get laid off, I do think there's some wonderful opportunities, not just that, like plenty of opportunities out there for you that would be a lot better. Thank you so much again, J Moon. Tim McGee, thank you so much, Tim, for your donation. Tim. Okay, so you want spirit guidance. You got it. And you wanted a 10-card reading? No problem. All right, let's do it. Okay, Tim. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages that he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages that he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages that he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages that he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages that he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages that he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages he needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Tim with any and all messages he needs to hear at this time. All right, give me one sec. All right. All right, Tim. Sorry about that short wait here. We have Three of Wands reversed, Page of Swords reversed, King of Pentacles reversed, the Tower reversed, Eight of Pentacles reversed, Four of Pentacles reversed, Two of Pentacles reversed, Page of Cups, the Hierophant reversed, and Ace of Pentacles. Okay, we do have a lot of reversals here that I cannot deny. We have two, and again, reversals are not always bad cards. But let's get into this. Starting with this Three of Wands reversed and the Four of Pentacles reversed. Three of Wands reversed. Yeah, it is a lot of reversals. Three of Wands reversed is, but don't worry. I mean, I don't know if this is reassuring, but I pull a card for myself every day, and I've been pulling almost all reversals for the past like 10 days, minus today and yesterday. So it happens, and we power through. Three of Wands, starting with this Three of Wands reversed and Four of Pentacles reversed. Three of Wands reversed is a sign, is indicative of some feeling of impatience. Good, yeah. No need to worry. Three, and especially with these reversals aren't that bad either. Because some reversals are great cards, honestly. Not every reversal is bad, and I'm looking at these reversals, they're not the worst. Starting with this Three of Wands reverse. Three of Wands reverse is indicative of a feeling of impatience, wanting things to move faster than you can actually move them, wanting to expedite things in a way that is not possible for you to expedite them. Four of Pentacles reversed is indicative of a need to let go of something or someone. Or letting go of multiple things. So I don't know if there's something that you need to do, like a decision that you need to make that's very difficult, that involves getting rid of some things or moving on from someone or something, letting go of someone or something. Spirit is also acknowledging with this Page of Swords reversed. I will say this is kind of a bummer card. Are you okay? You wouldn't say you're like depressed right now, but are you feeling? Because the Page of Swords reversed, the Page of Swords upright, always has their head above the clouds. Page of Swords reversed is often indicative of someone who is finding it hard to do that. More of like an ennui. I don't want to call it depression. You have been depressed. Okay, you have been. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm really sorry. And the winter time doesn't help either. It really doesn't. I don't know if you suffer from seasonal affective disorder. This one does. And like I don't deal with depression the rest of the year, but during the wintertime, it just really knocks me off balance. This Two of Pentacles reversed, and that's what I was going to get to. Is you may be feeling depressed and just like things are off balance. You've been knocked off balance, and you have had some heavy, difficult things happen to you. I was just going to say. I was just going to remember. I don't need to remind you that your father passed. I remember that your father passed. We did a mediumship with him. You've been through a lot of heavy things over the past few months, and those are difficult, very difficult issues that anybody could deal with, or try to work through. There's only so much you can do, you know. And it doesn't help that these things happen during the wintertime. I'm not saying that things would be all sunny and rainbows and sunshine if things had happened in the summer. No, you have very legitimate reasons for your head to not be above the clouds. I get it. That's valid. Hey, Mahogany, welcome. Yes, we do have a list. Let me post it. Hope you're doing well, love. So this is the list right now. We're currently on Tim. Thank you. King of Pentacles reversed and the Page of Cups. Yeah, King of Pentacles reversed is having feelings of a lack of agency, a lack of, and kind of going back to what I was talking about, this Three of Wands and Four of Pentacles reversed, like needing to do something, needing to make a decision, sooner than you would like to, and that kind of causing feelings of lack of autonomy, lack of agency. I see that here with this King of Pentacles reversed. It's overwhelmed. It's overwhelming. I love this Page of Cups though. This is one of my favorite cards. This Page of Cups. This is a wonderful, and we have a couple of ending with this beautiful Ace of Pentacles that I'll get to at the end. This will pass. This will pass. Of course, you're still grieving your father, but the overall malaise, the overall sadness, you will be emerging from it, and not a huge amount of time by any means. I see someone or something new popping into your life. That's what this Page of Cups is all about. Someone or something new popping into your life and providing you with a resurgence of inspiration, energy, creativity. Good stuff. Good stuff. The Page of Cups is a really good card. The Tower reversed. The Tower reversed is indicative that, or is signifying that, yes, you have been through a major upheaval. Not just one. You've been through a few major upheavals in the not so distant past. The worst is over. The worst is over. With the Tower reverse, the worst is over. And interestingly, this is an interesting message. The Hierophant reverse, to not be afraid to do things your way. To not be afraid to do things Tim style, you know. You can and will take care of everything that you need to. And if you need to do it in your own way, on your own time, with your own, strategy, that's the best way. Yeah, awesome. Then we have this Eight of Pentacles reversed and the Ace of Pentacles upright. I do want some clarity, a little bit of clarity on this Eight of Pentacles reversed here. Yeah, lack of motivation. I have coined phrase timified. There we go, timified. Yeah. Yeah, this Eight of Pentacles reversed is usually indicative of a general lack of motivation in wanting to take care of the things that you need to take care of, hammer out those details. And we just received a donation from Mahogany. Thank you, Mahogany. I will add you in just one moment. Thank you. Yeah, Spirit's acknowledging that it can feel tedious and it can feel like you don't have the motivation. And that's totally fine. That's totally fine because you will. Things are going to be. I told you that there's a wonderful card at the end here. This Ace of Pentacles, new beginnings, a new beginning. I see things really improving for you. I know I gave you a 2026 reading, right? I don't remember exactly if I think I did. I don't remember all the details, but I see a new beginning coming to fruition. I didn't do one. Okay, never mind. But I see, because I'm feeling like I keep on seeing April in my mind, that there's gonna, and that may feel like it's far off, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not. I see things coming together, everything falling into place, a resurgence of motivation and energy, you being lifted out of sadness, depression, malaise, whatever we want to call it, and a beautiful, fortuitous beginning with this Ace of Pentacles. This is something with a very, very strong Very, very strong foundation to work on. Wonderful new beginning. Please do claim this, Tim. Please do. We got a hell of a lot of reversals here, but they tell a story, and I'm really happy to say that Spirit's acknowledging that things are difficult right now. Things are tough, but they're also saying, hey, dude, Tim, you got this. You totally got this, and we're helping you out on the other side. We see that you're putting in what you need to do. We're meeting you halfway, like we always do. And I don't know if you communicate with your spirit guides or if you pray or anything, but when it comes, I deal with really bad ADHD, and I'm not even joking. I will ask my spirit guides. I will ask my angels. I will pray, like, for like extra motivation, or not extra motivation, but yeah, extra motivation. For me, it's more focus, more attention, extra focus, extra attention on things. That's usually what I pray for or ask for. And I fully support you in doing that. Okay, so you already do communicate with them. Awesome. Yeah. So they're saying that they're aware that you need an extra boost here, energy-wise, motivation-wise, mentally, emotionally. They're saying we are aware of this. We see this. You know how I read, I encant the question, like, I think it's 15 times. It's 10. It's 10 times, depending on the number of cards. But it's usually about 10 times, at least 5. I encant that question over and over because it's important to say those words. There's so much power in words. Just thinking something is great, but speaking it out loud and repetitively has a lot of power to it. So don't be afraid. There's no harm in asking for a boost at all. And I have every reason to believe they would be happy to provide that for you. That is what I'm seeing for you. Tim, thank you so much for your donation. I really appreciate you and your patience, and I hope this brought you clarity. Yes, yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of power in words. A lot of power in words, absolutely. The pen is definitely mightier than the sword, absolutely. You're so welcome, Tim. You are very welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Miss Juliet. Juliet, thank you so much for your donation, honey. Sorry, one sec. Hi, Juliet. How does Leanthony feel about me? And did you want this to be a 10-card reading, Juliet? And can I get your sign again? And what is Leanthony's sign? And when you say a love reading, did you want me to do the thoughts, feelings, and intentions spread? Cool. Okay. You're a Libra and he's a Scorpio. I sure will. All right. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Leanthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Leanthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Leanthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Leanthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Leanthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Leanthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Leanthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Thanks, masters and spirit guides. What are Light Anthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Thanks, masters and spirit guides. What are Light Anthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Thanks, masters and spirit guides. What are Light Anthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Thanks, masters and spirit guides. What are Light Anthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Thanks, masters and spirit guides. What are Light Anthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Thanks, masters and spirit guides. What are Light Anthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Thanks, masters and spirit guides. What are Light Anthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Thanks, masters and spirit guides. What are Light Anthony's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? All right, love. We have the Star reversed, Seven of Cups reversed, Two of Swords, the World reversed, the Empress reversed, Ace of Pentacles Ace of Pentacles upright, Ten of Pentacles reversed, Five of Pentacles reversed, Queen of Pentacles reversed, and Six of Cups reversed. Okay. How long have the two of you known one another? Is there a past? Do you guys have a past together? We'll start with your general energies. We have the Star reversed and the Ace of Pentacles. The Star reversed is telling me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because these are your energies. You're here. You can tell me, no, I'm not feeling like that, or yes, I am. A month and a half. Okay. Did things just recently start feeling off? Because I see that you still have faith in this connection. A small history. Okay. I see that you still have faith in this connection with this Ace of Pentacles, but something has thrown things off. And while you have faith, correct me if I'm wrong, I know this is going to sound like a contradictory statement, but while you do have faith, there's also a certain level of hopelessness too. Does that resonate at all? Because the Star reversed is yeah, usually not seeing the light in the darkness, or seeing the darkness for the first time, and not really knowing how to proceed with that. And then the reason why I asked if you guys, yes, we got into it. You're okay. Oh, you guys actually had words. Okay, that helps me. Thank you. Because the reason why I asked if you guys had a past was because I'm moving over to his general energies now, and we have the Empress reversed. It was the Six of Cups reversed that made me feel like you guys have a history together. Yeah, his general energies. Okay, the Empress reversed. This feels just very sudden. This feels like very out of nowhere. And as you mentioned, you guys had words. I want some clarity with this Empress reversed. I know this card very well. I've been pulling it all the time for myself. Okay. Yeah, he's starting to feel like he's I think there's feelings of insecurity here with this Empress reversed. Insecurity and a fear. I don't know if it's so much a fear as it is a pessimistic outlook towards your future. Um, Whatever the argument was affected him very much so, as I'm sure it affected you. Um, we got together suddenly and I broke it off with him very quickly. Okay, yeah, and he must feel thwarted. The Six of Cups reversed. This was the card that made me think that you guys had a lot of history together. Brief history, but enough. And he's looking at the connection in a very bitter way. Um, I don't feel like he's lost feelings for you. I really feel like he's stuck in his feelings regarding the argument that you guys had. He hasn't processed whatever it is. Everything was okay, and I ended it because communication was often shaky after I opened up to him. Okay, okay. And that's another part of this Empress Reversed card is feeling like all of a sudden he's not in the front seat. He's not the one in control. And I'm not saying that he's a control freak, but I do feel like he's the type who likes things on his terms. And when you suddenly diverted that, it disrupted his equilibrium. But it's what you needed to do. You need to speak your mind. And if he can't accept your truth, then how are things going to move forward in a solid way? You definitely made the right decision by speaking your truth and doing what you did. You had your reasons. You for sure had your reasons. His thoughts towards you, we have the Seven of Cups reversed and the Ten of Pentacles reversed. Yeah, this guy's really pissed. This guy's really angry. This guy's really feeling like tossed off to the side. And I feel like these are really reactive energies. I don't feel like these, like, I'm not saying this so that you'll come back to me in a couple of days to get another reading. I likely won't even be on. But I'm being real here. I feel like if you came to me like in 2 days and asked the same question, things would be very different. He's like deep in like anger. Not I wouldn't say anger, but frustration over what you guys got into, and all of a sudden he's just like, well, I don't want to make any solid romantic decisions. I don't think that I have to make any solid romantic decisions, and I also don't think that I want something really solid with Juliet anymore. And this doesn't feel genuine. It really doesn't. I would tell you if it did. You know me, girl. I'm super honest. It doesn't feel genuine. It feels very reactive, like reactive, knee jerk, emotional. To go like to that extreme of just like I don't want to make any decisions with her. Blah blah blah. Now I don't know what I want with her. It's very childish. It's not She's not very emotionally mature. You felt unsafe. Okay, that's not good. That's not a good sign. Probably he was mad that I told him to never contact me again. You had your reasons. You had your reasons. You felt unsafe. You definitely had your reasons. And there could be some guilt here too. Because his feelings, we have the Two of Swords and the Five of Pentacles reversed. He's really at a he's on the fence right now. He doesn't know. He knows he wants you. He knows he still wants you in his life. That's what I'm going to say right now. Is I do feel like he does want you. He still wants you in his life. He's pissed though because things are all of a sudden not on his terms, and that's not good. You can't have a connection where things are just 100% on another person's terms. It's a give and take. Relationships are always a give and take. And if he's showing this after a little over a month, I always say that a month, 1 to 3 months is where things get real. And if he can't accept things getting real, excuse me, if he can't accept things getting real, that says a lot about things in the long term. But yeah, he doesn't want to end things with you. He doesn't want things ended between you and him. It sounds like you guys maybe have, or you broke things off with him. You told him never to contact you again, and he's feeling left out in the cold, and he doesn't want to feel this way. He still wants you in his life. It's very, very emotionally mature, very childish energy. Like, I feel like I'm reading for a child right now. Like, not fair. Like, not on my terms, not fair. But I like her so much. Like, okay, well then be a man and listen to her needs and try and work with her and communicate with her. It's not that difficult. We're all adults here. But like I said, I rarely ever feel this way, but I legit feel like I'm reading for a child right now. Like, the way it's like emotional deflection and lack of accountability. His intentions, here we go, the world reversed. Yeah, he does not feel like this has come to a close between you and him. He does not want things to end. Low-key, I know you didn't ask me for my opinion, but it sounds like you made the right decision by ending things with him. I don't think that things would grow, would have grown or will grow if you guys get back together. I think he still will want things all on his own terms, and I don't think those terms would make you very pleased. And hi, Priya, welcome. And with this Queen of Pentacles reversed, it's like he wants you, but like, again, on his terms, and not putting in the work that is necessary, not just in any relationship, but putting in the work that you need in this connection between you and him. It's very much the energy of a kid who's had their toy taken away. I'm not talking. I'm sorry, girl. I'm not calling you a toy. No. But you know what I mean. Like, it's like that, like, level of emotional maturity. It's so childish. Like, not fair type energy. Just emotionally, I finally get vulnerable and you leave me hanging. There you go. If he can't handle your emotional vulnerability, how, a month into dating, how is he supposed to handle it further down the road? I mean, I want to say that he's going to change his tune here, and listen to you and change his ways. But I still think that he's just going to want things on his own terms. And yeah, you opened up to him emotionally, and this was his response. Just leaving you hanging, getting angry about it. I know you like him, and I know you guys have been dating, so I get it. I understand that. But I think, from a third party perspective, if he can't handle your vulnerability now, it's possible he could handle it in the future. I'm not gonna, totally sell him short, but he should be able to have that ability at this point. After a month of dating, he should definitely have that ability. He's not a child, but he's behaving like one. So I think you made the right decision. If he can't respond to your emotions now, then bye. See how you like it, and he's not liking it. But I also fear that he's the type to try and bring you back into his life and say that he's gonna work on things, and then you don't see it. So I don't want to tell you to not give him a chance if he does come back to you, which I think he is going to. I know you didn't ask that, but I do think he's going to come back to you. And if he does, make very clear boundaries. Make it very clear what you want, what you're looking for. Specifically, what made you really unhappy about this whole situation. and what you're looking for with him going down the road, you know. And if he's not willing to make any of those changes or make any concessions to to concede with you in your terms, then I think this is a bullet dodged, because the longer you're with someone, the deeper the feelings get. And if you can identify that something's problematic in the beginning, you're right on there. So I don't. Yeah. Again, I think I know that wasn't the question, but I do think he is going to reach out to you again. And I don't want to tell you no, don't talk to him or tell him to f off. But if you want to give him another shot, do. But just keep your eyes really peeled on his actions and his words, and you know what I mean. Hi Priya, I can do a reading. Yes, absolutely, I can do a reading about the person on your mind. All my donation information can be found at the top of the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much, Julia. I really appreciate you, and I'm sorry that you went through this, but this sounds like it was likely a bullet dodged here. You probably won't. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I always like to give people the benefit of the doubt, but it's when you told me that you felt unsafe, and then that was the first one. That was just like a big no for me. But then you told me that you opened up to him emotionally and he backed off. That's another red flag. You're so welcome. You are so very welcome, Juliet. You will be, girl, you are fine and you will be fine. You will be totally fine. Yes. You will absolutely be fine. He's the one who's going to be pining after you, and he is. He's pining after you because he effed up. He's not behaving in the right way. Yeah, no, I have no worries about you, love. You'll be fine. He won't. Thank you so much. Thank you, love. Diana, Miss Diana. I don't know when the last time I read for you was, but I feel like it was, oh, geez, maybe like 2, 3 months ago, maybe even longer. I'm not quite sure. Hi, Diana. Hello. Hope you are doing well, sweetheart. Okay, so you wanted a 10 card spread. You got it, love. You got it. Please go ahead and post your question right there in the chat. Thank you. Sorry, that was my chair. It sounded like art, but it wasn't. Hi, Diana. I am. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, my question, what does Carson think of me? I'm a Capricorn and he's a Gemini. I know. I'm trying to remember when the last time it was. Because I moved to the city, I moved to San Francisco in September. I had a new setup. I don't know if you've seen that setup, but I'm so happy to see you. Did you want me to do the thoughts, feelings, and intentions spread, or do you just want me to ask what his thoughts are? You got it. You got it. Let me grab a sweater. It's really cold. I'll be right back. Okay. it's super cold today, and you live in Wisconsin. I'm in Paris right now. I'm in Paris. I'm in Europe. I went to London over the weekend, and I don't know how cold it is in Wisconsin, but it was like 20 degrees, maybe 25 on Sunday. Like even the locals were just like, it's bloody effing cold. Oh my god. And I have this big fur coat that I put on. I'm so glad I brought it. And then I came back to Paris, and it's like 50 degrees, and I'm like feeling like such a badass because I don't have to wear a hat and I don't have to wear a scarf. Like I feel like London like toughened me up a little bit. But I don't know, how cold is it? Is it snowing in Wisconsin right now? Carson, okay, he's a gym. It's like 22. Oh my goodness, wow. Yeah, no, that's tough. That's tough. Ugh. And I can hardly walk in snow, let alone drive in it. Oy vey. But snow is also very, very special when it does happen. Like it snowed the first day I got here last week, and it was so pretty because I live in California. It just never snows, so always very special for like a day. It's going to get colder. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I know. My birthday's coming up. It's that cold time of year. Ooh, not fun. Not fun. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Carson's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Diana? Okay, we have King of Cups, Two of Pentacles, Temperance, Four of Pentacles, Three of Cups, Queen of Swords reversed, Page of Pentacles reversed, Four of Swords reversed, the Tower reversed, and the Hanged Man. That's so crazy. I don't know if you clocked that because I don't have my card cam on right now, but first 5 cards all upright, last 5 cards all reversed except for the last one upright. All right, let's get into this. How does Carson feel about Miss Diana. Okay. So starting with your current energies, we have the King of Cups and the Queen of Swords reversed. How long have the two of you been talking or together? I feel like there's a certain amount of history here. You do have a very strong feeling, and correct me if I'm wrong, you do have a very strong feeling like that he's definitely got a huge potential to be your King of Cups, your your romantic partner. You're just friends. You like him though, right? It's romantic. You do have romantic feelings for him, right? But it's not really move. Is it not moving in that direction, or has it just been brief? Or maybe it's not romantic. Maybe it's not. I'm just trying to figure out this King of Cups here. Yes. Okay. And how long have the two of you been friends for? Because this Queen of Swords reversed. This is bitter Betty. I refer to her as bitter Betty. She's bitter. I'm not saying you're a bitter person, but the Queen of Swords reversed. I think we both like each other. Okay. Um, and how long have the two of you been friends? Because I'm wondering with this Queen of Swords reversed where this I don't want to call it bitterness. It doesn't feel like bitter energy with this reading. It feels like feels a little more frustrated. Like a couple of months. Okay, yeah, that's. I don't want to say that's a long time, um, but if two people like each other after 2 months, they should likely talk about that or address that at some point. Um, and I'm not putting that on you or saying like, oh, you didn't tell him that you liked him. No, you're giving him the signals. Um, I'm assuming he's giving you the signals because you said that you think that he likes you. Um, but I'm sensing that you're not seeing the action that you would like to see here. Okay, it's okay. No judgment. No, girl, I'm not here to judge at all. We're all human. It's all good. Trust me. We've all. I almost said we've all been there, but not all of us have, but a lot of us have. Girl, I'm not here to judge you. The more clarity you can give me, the better. So that could be where this Queen of Swords is coming through. Is maybe you're feeling like, yeah, he is the king of your heart, but it's not quite fair in your life, or you feel like there's something unjust about it. Because the Queen of Swords is about justice, what's right, what's wrong. She is bitter. She is resentful in her reverse form. Um, but it could also be a matter of, well, I'm not. I don't want to make any assumptions, but I'm just going to assume that things aren't great with your current partner. Um, maybe they are. Maybe they are. Yeah. Yes, I don't want to overstep. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. And it looks, wow. Okay. Thank you so much for clarifying that for me. That really, really illuminates a lot here. It explains a lot. Because his general energies, we have the Three of Cups, and the Hanged Man. I think he. I know he likes you. I know he likes you, love. He does. Do I think that he's unhappy with the person who he's currently with? I think he has. I think he likes her too. I think in his perfect world, he would have her and you. And I've seen this before. And I'm not saying it's just it is the energy that I'm picking up. That if he could just have this be, you know, if he could, have you and her, that'd be great for him. Um, it, no, I know he would. Wait, oh, if he could have the world his way, he'd have the two of you. I can't tell you how many times I've had to tell clients of mine that, or had to realize that in my life. Like, a lot of men, if the world were their way, they would have, Susie, Joanna, and Natalia. Like, it's he really does like you, but there is something binding him to her as well. Um, and it's put him in a state of suspension with this hangman card. He doesn't really know what to do or how to move forward here, because that's not going to work. I mean, maybe it will. Maybe you could make it work, but I don't think maybe it's not exactly what either of you want. His thoughts towards you. We have the Two of Pentacles and the Page of Pentacles reversed. Two of Pentacles, yeah. He certainly wants to balance you into his life. He wants to have you, and still wants you to be a part of his life. He wants to balance you into his life, absolutely. But he does question his agency and his ability to keep you in his life, to keep you happy, to keep himself feeling happy and not overstepping boundaries. You guys are very much mirroring each other in your regards. Hi, Crystal. That's such good news, Crystal. Thank you for letting me know. When will I be on again? I cannot tell you. I'm traveling right now. I had a moment to jump online tonight. It could be tomorrow. It could be in 2 weeks. I really don't know. But with that, if you ever have a question and I'm not online, just send me your donation with your question and I can email it to you, or send you your question over Instagram. Thank you. And thank you so much for your donation. Brian, let me quickly add you here to the listo. I know, like, I also really love my partner. Yeah, I got that feeling that you're not discontent with your partner. You love your partner too. Kind of like it you guys are mirroring each other. Because he likes his partner too, but he likes you, and you like your partner too, but you like him. It's tough. It's tough, and you don't want to overstep boundaries. I hear you. Why is this happening? Yeah. You guys are mirroring, girl. His feelings, we have Temperance and the Four of Swords reverse. Okay, so he feels like this needs just some time. He doesn't want to make any sudden decisions right now. He doesn't want to make any decisions right now because he's taking a step back with this Four of Swords reversed to really analyze things and assess where they're going from here, where they're going to go from here, how he's going to navigate that. Excuse me. His intentions. We have the Four of Pentacles and the Tower reversed. Okay. Yeah. So I do not see him letting go of you at all. He doesn't want to. He has no intentions of doing so. He's holding on to you tight. He is holding on to you tightly. Doesn't want to let go. Has no intentions of doing so. I just repeated myself, I think, 3 times. Then we have this Tower reversed. He also doesn't want any upheavals, any emotional turmoil, any drama. Just like you don't. You guys are really mirroring each other. It's really interesting when I see this happen, but I feel like you guys are mirroring each other in a lot of ways. He doesn't want to create any turmoil or chaos in your life, and he also doesn't want to let go of you. So I think conclusively, I don't think I'm lazy in saying that conclusively The two of you are really mirroring one another. So, with that information, like, I don't want to say everything that you're feeling and thinking towards him is identical to him, but it's very, very similar. You guys are very, very much on the same page. He doesn't want to let go of you. He still wants you in his life, as you want him in your life. But it is a lot to navigate, and it's some decisions that are not easy to make, too. But the fact that the two of you are on the same page, I like that. That says a lot. That says a lot about your connection in general, and the potential, the potentiality of this being something, if you wanted it to be. I can completely understand it. I've been journaling about it because I also don't want to cause any trouble. He's like, there you go, because he feels the same way. He feels the same way. That Tower reverse, he's like, he does not want to cause any turmoil, upheaval, drama, doesn't want to do any of that, but he also just doesn't want to let go, doesn't want to say bye, and has no intentions of doing so, at least not now. So it's a lot. It's a lot that the universe has thrown your way, in his way. It's hard to navigate, I understand. But I will say there's a lot of beauty, there's a lot of beauty in the fact that the two of you are really seeing very closely eye to eye. That's a good sign. That's a good sign, I think. So, yeah, that is what I am seeing for you, Miss Diana. Thank you so much for your donation, love. I hope I brought you clarity this evening, and I wish you all the best moving forward in your guys' connection. You're very welcome, sweetheart. You're very welcome. Miss Mahogany. That's wonderful to hear. I love hearing that. I'm so glad. I set intentions before I go live every time, and that's one of my intentions is like just bring people clarity. I just want to bring people clarity. So that is good to hear. Much love to you. Much love and light to you. Hi, Mahogany. Well, I see Reese again in the future. He is a Taurus. All right, love. Give me 1 second. I need to use the little cowgirls room, the loo, whatever. I'll be right back. Sorry. We'll be right back. All right, Miss Mahogany. Will Mahogany see Reese again in the future? Let's see. Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Mahogany see Reese again in the future? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Mahogany see Reese again in the future? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Mahogany see Reese again in the future? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Mahogany see Reese again in the future? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Mahogany see Reese again in the future? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Mahogany see Reese again in the future? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Mahogany see Reese again in the future? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Mahogany see Reese again in the future? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Mahogany see Reese again in the future? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. Will Mahogany see Reese again in the future? Okay. We have 9 of Wands reversed, Ace of Swords, the Hanged Man, 6 of Wands, and 5 of Cups reversed. My answer, immediately, yes. Yeah, you'll be seeing him again. You will. However, I do want to preface it with, things are going to, I don't know how long it's been since the last time you saw him. Things are going to be different. Things are going to be different. And likely in a positive way. Yeah, likely in a positive way. Starting with this 9 of Wands reversed, I feel like he's going to let his guard down more than he had a lot of guard. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like he had a lot of guards up, up until very recently, probably still right now. And those will dissipate, and he is going to reach out to you. This Ace of Swords. This is the initiation of communication. It has been a while. How long has it been? How long has it been? Like 3 months or so now? He used to, yeah. I see him dropping those guards and reaching out to you, initiating a conversation with you, with this Ace of Swords. But yeah, things are going to be different. Things are going to be different with the Hangman. He's had time, 5 months. Okay, he's had time to reflect and see things from a different perspective. I don't know how soon this is going to happen. But if Spirit is picking up on this now, I'd say at the very latest by April. But it could happen. It could happen It could happen tomorrow. I'm not even kidding. It could happen. I'd say between now and April. I know that's a 3-month gap, but anytime between then, I absolutely see him reaching out to you. Yeah, he seems to have his guard down. Yeah, he's let his guard down, and he's reflecting right now with this Hangman card. And with his 5 of Cups reversed, he feels regretful, remorseful, guilty for how things ended the last time with you and him. Because the 5 of Cups is guilt, regret, remorse. When it's in its reverse position, it's someone who's processed that. It's someone who's really thought about that and is like, okay, that behavior was not right, and I want to do better, not just for my sake, being a better person, but because I genuinely want her in my life and I want to be a good person to her. I see this having. I see there being a success between the two of you with the 6 of Wands. But don't let it be all on his terms. I know you didn't say that it would be, but I do, someone who has a lot of boundaries and guards up, they're usually the type that want to have things all on their own terms. Relationships are about give and take. They're 50-50. And I truly hope that he's come to that. It looks like he's come to that realization. 5 months is a long time. 5 months is a long time, but the cards are saying yes. You guys will, at the very least, speak to one another. And I do believe that's going to evolve into you guys seeing one another again. But yeah, no, but things aren't completely over between the two of you. 5 months is a long time for there to be silence, and I'm not happy about that. I don't think that's great behavior for an adult. But, you know, we all have our own struggles, and I'm not making excuses for him at all. But it looks like he is going to come back. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. I hope he has too. Me too. I really do. I hope he has. I hope he has. And I really hope that when he does reach out to you again, that you guys, not silence, just not seeing for 5. Oh, not seeing. Okay, so you guys have talked. Okay. So you guys have talked. You just haven't seen one another physically in 5 months. Gotcha. Okay. That actually checks out a lot better. I was gonna say, if you guys haven't talked for 5 months, I'm starting to wonder how accurate this reading is. No, if you guys have been talking, yeah, you guys are gonna see each other again. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, one moment. Yeah, you guys will absolutely see one another again. And I do feel like he has reflected on a lot and processed a lot, and wants to do right by you. Sounds like he's turned a new leaf. I don't get to say that very often, but it does sound like he's done a lot of reflection and positively. Yeah, I tried to see him, but he was busy. Sorry. Busy. We make time for people. We make time for people that we really want to see, no matter how busy we are. So the busy thing, I mean, I'm sure he is busy, but we have our moments where we have, you know, an hour or 2 or 5 where we're just doom scrolling on our phones. You know, you hear me, yeah. Like the whole busy thing, I don't buy it. Yeah, people are busy, but they still maintain relationships and their families, and so yeah, no, I think it's more. Yeah, I think it was a mix of bingo. That's so funny. Yeah, he basically just like took the words out of my mouth. I think it wasn't him being busy. No, it was a mixture of him reflecting. Yeah, being avoidant in that reflection. Um, yeah, yeah. But I will concede with the cards. You guys are gonna see each other again. This is not over. This is not over. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Thank you, Mahogany. I really appreciate you. And but I did notice a little difference in him this previous time. In what way? Thank you so much, Wendy, for your donation, sweetie. Go ahead and add you. Like he actually took time to prove he was actually doing what he said he was. He never does that. Okay, yeah, no, because I don't know if I mentioned it in the reading, but I do feel like he's done. I don't want to say a whole 360 here, but he's done at least a 180. There has been some change made, and you've noticed it, like you said. You mentioned it earlier that his guards were always really up, and you notice they're down more. Oh my God, my hair looks a fright. Yeah, so that makes sense. That makes sense. Um, yeah, he actually took time to prove he was actually doing what he said he was. He never does that. Yeah, there's a change there. There's been reflection. There's been reflection for sure. Karma must have got his, or just did it. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Or he just, the way I'd like to see it is he realized just how important you are to him and how important you are to him in his life. You know, I hope that's part of it too. So, thank you so much again, love. Thank you, thank you. Hope I brought you clarity there. Brian, my man, Brian, thank you so much for your donating. Let's see here. I don't know if y'all heard that. They don't even have guns in France. What is that? Fireworks? I don't know. Who knows? You're here. All right, Brian. Thank you so much for your donation, my friend. You would like to know, how are Jeremy and Paul feeling about coming to my house for the jam session? Jeremy spoken. Yeah. Sorry, I had to. You said jam session, Pearl Jam, Jeremy. I had to. Sorry. All right. I think it's fireworks. Which is so sad because when I'm back at home, like, I know it's a gun because I live in America. Like, it's just like, oh great, there's a gunshot outside. That's rad. Oh, good Lord. All right, Brian, here. That Pearl Jam. Oh, what is going on? Okay. I'm in my house for a jam session. All right. Let's skip that. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are Jeremy and Paul feeling about coming to Brian's house for a jam session? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are Jeremy and Paul feeling about going to Brian's for a jam session? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are Jeremy and Paul feeling about going to Brian's for a jam session? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are Jeremy and Paul feeling about going to Brian's for a jam session? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are Jeremy and Paul feeling about going to Brian's for a jam session? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are Jeremy and Paul feeling about going to Brian's for a jam session? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are Jeremy and Paul feeling about going to Brian's for a jam session? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are Jeremy and Paul feeling about going to Brian's for a jam session? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are Jeremy and Paul feeling about going to Brian's for a jam session? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are Jeremy and Paul feeling about going to Brian's for a jam session? Orangina, we love it. Please sponsor me. Please sponsor Starry Tarot, Orangina. We would appreciate that. La Croix and Orangina, that would be, oh my god, the best sponsorships. I feel like if me, Jeremy, Paul, Jeff, and my dad all focused up and got to work, we would have a solid group. Yeah, it's hard getting people all on board together, you know, man? Seven of Wands reversed. Justice reversed. Six of Wands. Nine of Cups. And King of Cups reversed. Well, how are they feeling about coming to your house for a jam sesh? Again, we have this King of Cups reversed. Problematic guy. Is it Jeremy who's spoken? Is he the problematic? I hate calling him problematic. He's because he's not. He's just going through shit right now. He's going through a lot. King of Cups reversed came up again. This is Jeremy, isn't it? I don't think he's on board, man. It's not that I don't think he's on board. It's that he's going through a lot. You know better than me. You're his friend. You don't need, and please don't tell me what he's going through. If you want to, you can. But he's going through shit right now. He's going through a lot, and it's really effed up his equilibrium. There, yeah, it is. Okay, it's Jeremy. It's Jeremy. Yeah, yeah. He showed up twice. When you asked your last question, King of Cups reverse showed up, and I said I think he will be probably. I think there's one person who will be a stick in the mud, and not because they want to be, but because they're not well. Like you work with him, right? And you said that he was throwing up at work today. He's not well. He's not well emotionally. He's not well physically. And creativity and music are really, really soothing and really healing. But oftentimes when we're, down in the D, like it's very hard for us to realize that. And I think I've mentioned that in other readings that he had come to that realization, like, okay, when I'm down like this, it's good for me to go back to creativity because it lifts me up, even in the darkest of times. But sometimes those times are so dark that even creativity doesn't lift him up. He's in a really dark place, as I'm sure you know. I don't need to ham it on home harder than I am doing so, but he's not. I know he's a killer musician, Brian. I know. I know he's a good friend of yours. But I don't feel, just like a relationship, just like a housing situation, just like a work situation at an office or a business, whatever, just because somebody is good at what they do doesn't mean that they should be doing it. That's a really hard thing for me to say to you, man. But that just came from my gut. I don't think he's well enough to he likely is well enough to put himself to start putting his energies into making music with you, but he's really not. It would help him, but I think things are a lot darker and heavier for him than you even think. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm not trying to be a drama queen, but he really needs. He's really. I don't want to say he needs space and time right now, because that's probably not helping him. He's getting deeper and deeper into his dark thoughts. It's not helping him. It would benefit him to work with you guys. But if he's not well, if he's throwing up at work, he's suffering when he's off work. If he's suffering at work, he's suffering when he's off of work. And if he's going through that much of a difficulty at his work, to do extracurricular activities like this and to really invest in them, he doesn't want to let you down. He doesn't want to disappoint you. That's another thing. He doesn't want to show up half-assed because he's really hard on himself right now. I know he's not seeing. Is he seeing a therapist? I get the sense that he's not. And I get the sense that he really needs someone to talk to. He really needs a professional. I really hope he has. I don't know if that's just my California white girl coming out, but he really needs a professional to talk to, which is really, really hard to get in America because of health insurance and fucking costs. So I can't even get a fucking therapist. Had one for years and I'm still on the list. It's ridiculous. So I'm doubting that he's talking to a therapist about this, but he is a prime case for someone who really needs a professional to talk to. I don't know what it is he's going through. You don't have to tell me, but it's a lot. It's a lot. And his defenses are just down. With the Seven of Wands reversed, his defenses are down. His equilibrium is totally off. King of Cups reversed, Seven of Wands reversed, Justice reversed. Balance is off. And he was part of your balance. He is still part of your musical group's balance. He's a very, very talented member, and you want to keep him within the fold. He doesn't know. Is it his girlfriend that's the problem? I don't know. We can ask if you want to ask, but we didn't ask what the problem was. We've never asked what the problem was. I thought you I'm just kidding. I thought you asked him what the problem was. I thought you guys had a talk and you knew what was going on. It does feel like girl problems. It does feel like relationship problems. And more, possibly. But it does feel like someone who's been dumped or someone who's been cheated on. It does. Someone's throwing up at work, like that's nerves. That could also be, I don't know if he drinks or, but they could be nerves, alcohol to ease those nerves. Who knows? I'm not saying he drinks out on the job, but I mean, like, maybe the night before he's trying to, calm his nerves, and then he's sick with cortisol and adrenaline the next day. He's in a bad spot. It does feel a relationship. It does feel like it's a relation. I figured it was a relationship issue. But I do think there's more here too. Spirit, but this is all the bad news. Good news is Spirit is saying that everybody will eventually get it together. Yeah, I don't like her. She didn't come off as a person who's loyal to him. And that's what I just said. Like, I feel like he might have like caught her cheating on him, and he hasn't left her. She's probably apologized and said, "Oh my God, baby, I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again." That's the vibe I get. Is he sticking with her because he's in love with her and she cheated on him? This is just my conjecture. We've not asked. This is not the cards. This is just my conjecture here. Just Sophie, just thinking. I think that he got cheated on. And I think she was, "I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again." And he was like, "Okay, we'll stay together. We'll make this work." But I've been where he is, and it's very difficult to move forward after that. Once your trust has been betrayed, doesn't matter how many tears are cried, how many sorries you say. How can you really trust someone going forward after that? I don't think he's getting a lot of sleep. I think he's constantly worried about her being not loyal to him. But let's get back to you guys and your music sesh. We have this beautiful Six of Wands and Nine of Cups. You guys are going to get together and see eye to eye here. That you guys are very talented individuals. You were very lucky to have met one another. There's a lot of wish fulfillment here with this Nine of Cups. A lot of wish fulfillment to be had. With this Nine of Cups, and a lot of success and victory and joy to be had with the Six of Wands. So that was all I started with the bad news, I ended with the good. He will come along. Jeremy will come along. But he's in a very, very, very tough spot right now. And I'm not making excuses for him. I do feel really, really badly for him because I've been there. And I think a lot of us have. And he just doesn't know how to navigate things going forward. And honestly, if I was his therapist, if he had one, which I'm sure he doesn't, I would tell him, hey, like, you got to distract yourself. You got to invest your time and your energies into something creative, something that lifts you up, something that brings you levity. So I hope he comes to that, and I believe he will come to that realization. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I do think that you guys will be on board, and it just might take some time and frustration. I think there will be some frustration along the way, but what's the phrase? You can lead a horse to water. Can't force it to drink. So, yeah, that is what I'm seeing for you, Brian. That is what I'm seeing. I see, and you know what? It could also be, I think Paul is that Six of Wands and that Nine of Cups. I think Paul is just like, yeah, woo woo, yeah, let's do this. And Jeremy is the one who's
weird, being difficult because he's sick. He's not well. So that is what I'm seeing for you, my friend Brian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And let me know if you need any additional clarity there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Miss Wendy! Wendy girl, hey! Thank you so much for your donate. Please go ahead and post your question right there in the chat. I'm going to use the ladies' room. I'll be right back. Thank you. All right. You're very welcome, Brian. You are very welcome. Hi, Miss Wendy. All right. Okay. My problematic Taurus coworker rage quit last Friday. She had issues with me and several other people. What are her feelings, thoughts, and intentions about the whole thing? Okay. This isn't the oh, I swear back on. This isn't the receptionist, is it? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Dee's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Dee's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Dee's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Dee's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Wendy? Oh, she did okay. Awesome. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Dee's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Dee's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Dee's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Dee's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Dee's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Wendy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Dee's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Wendy? All right, love. We have Strength reversed, Nine of Wands reversed. Nine of Cups. Five of Cups reversed. And Page of Wands. Okay, so she just quit. She rage quit. And you're wondering what her thoughts, feelings, and intentions are towards you. She had issues with you and several other people, but she's gone. But she's gone now. Okay, right? She's gone. She's gone. So we'll start with your general energies. We have Strength reversed. You're feeling concerned. You're feeling a little, I don't know, not as stable. Answer me this: do you fear that she's going to retaliate in some way? Because I do want to let you know that she's not going to. But I'm just wondering what your general energies with Strength reverse, her leaving abruptly. I think did, and again, correct me if I'm wrong. I was wondering, yeah, and that's what I was wondering what the Strength reverse was like. Fearful, like why is there this fearful energy here? The good news is she's gone. She's got a shit list so long. Yeah, you're on it. I'm gonna keep it real. You're on the shit list, but you're like her shit list is like really long, and you're way at the bottom. She's not gonna retaliate against you. She's got problems with a lot of people. She claims that we were all pushing her around and that never happened. Yeah, and I think a key wording that you used there was that she claimed that we were all pushing her around. It's not just directed at you. She's got a lot of people on her shit list. Yeah, you're on it, but you're on the very bottom. Don't worry. What I'm seeing here is she's not going to retaliate. She's been through a tower moment. I'm not making excuses for her, but she's just had a massive upheaval in her life, and she does want to get revenge on certain people, and you're not one of them. You're not. She would like to, but you're on a list of like 300, and you're at like the very bottom. So she might try to get the first like 5 or 10, and is she even going to be able to get to them? What power does this woman have? I don't think she has that much, but maybe she does. I don't know. I don't feel like she does. And you're very low priority on her list of revenge. What was that? Did I just do that? I don't know what that was. I've been going to too many gay clubs. Okay. So her general energies, we have the Page of Wands. Yeah, she's taking matters into she is taking matters into her own hands. Not towards you. I'm telling you, not towards you. But she's just leaving that job, leaving that environment is going to change her mental state dramatically. That workspace, we know, is toxic. And not everybody is as stable and balanced as you. And I feel like you've got to be really, really strong emotionally to have a job like you have. And she's just not. She wasn't strong enough. But now she feels strong. Now she feels like she's got some agency back in her life with this Page of Wands. But with that also comes a realization of like, okay, I'm out of that environment now. Like my headspace has changed. Like, I don't want to say dramatically, but significantly. I think she was on the verge of it sounds like it. It sounds like it. Rage quitting, that's usually someone who's on the verge. Yeah. And I feel like her mental state has really, really rebalanced since she left. And I'm seeing that here. This Nine of Wands reversed with her thoughts. Her guards that she had up constantly when she was working there. They're down. She. I don't want to. I low key don't want to say this because I know she's an enemy of yours, or she doesn't like you. But she's finally at peace now. She's like, whoa, like I feel like I've just gone on like a like a 3 month retreat to like Bali and come back like a new woman. Like it's like that. She's had a huge shift, um, and she's feeling much more like herself again. She really was on the verge. I truly believe she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Um, I think she really did herself a favor by leaving. Everyone a favor. Um, Her feelings, we have the Nine of Cups. Now she's redirecting her energies and her dreams and her desires to other directions. Why bother wasting one's energy on trying to get revenge at one's old job when there are new opportunities on the horizon, new wishes to be fulfilled, new dreams to be fulfilled. If she, and I'm not saying she's an extremely smart woman, but she does have that cognizance where she's left now and she's just like, why, I can, screw, people over who I don't like at my old job, but that's going to take me a lot of energy that I should be focusing on in a positive way right now. And I see that with her intentions as well, with this Five of Cups reversed. She feels badly. She feels regretful. She feels guilty. She feels ashamed, actually. She feels ashamed about the way she behaved, the way she was at your work. It was not her. Your workplace turned her into a different person. This being in its reversed form. She's like, good Lord, like, I'm surprised we didn't get the hangman here, but she's seeing things from a totally different perspective. Like, now that she's out of that environment, she's just like, good Lord, like, that wasn't me. That I don't know who that person was. Um, and there's only so much I can do to rectify my feelings of guilt or regret. And trying to retaliate against somebody is certainly not going to heal that, I do too. I hope she gets help. I don't know if she needs it. Honestly, I think she just needed to get the F out of there. I really do. I don't think she's a bad. I really don't. I don't like that she didn't like you. I really don't like that she had a problem with you, or with as many people as she did at your workplace. But I think this speaks volumes to the level of toxicity that your workplace can breed sometimes. Because what I'm seeing here is a woman who, since leaving, has just like had a complete shift in her mind. I think something is really wrong with her. Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. But on the good side of that, I actually feel like it was her workplace that was really destroying her mind. And now that she's out of there, she's seeing that. Period. She's seeing that it was the workplace that was creating this, mental incapacity. Um, so yeah, I really hope she gets professional help. But I honestly don't think that she needs it. I think that just leaving is going to do her wonders. I really do. I really do. I think she does have a shit list. It's very long, and I don't even think she's going to get to the first person. And it's not you, babes. You're not the first on her list. Do not worry. But I don't even think she's going to get to them. I think she's come to a realization like, damn, that was so toxic. That was so noxious.
Like it like literally was like eating away at my brain. Does she still have anger towards people at your work? Yes, she does. But she's also coming to a realization where like that anger is starting to dissipate, and as that anger dissipates, she's realizing, what's what's the benefit in trying to hurt someone afterwards. This doesn't make sense. You're welcome. You are so welcome, Wendy. You're very welcome, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you. Um, yeah, no, I really hope she gets help too. Miss Tina, hey girl. I just got your donation. Thank you so much for letting me know. Thank you. Were you looking for a 10-card reading, or did you want two 5 cards? It's Remy Zoo. Thank you so much for your donation. For $1.99 over SuperChat, it is $9.99 for a 1-card question. So I can do 1 card for you. And if you wanted a 5-card reading, the difference would be $8. I'm doing great. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Hope you're doing well too. Just a love reading on C. Okay, so you want the TFI reading? All right, Miss Tina. No problem. On C, you got it. Can I talk about the transformation you're going through? Absolutely, absolutely. With 1 card, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult, Remy. But I'll do my best, okay? And if you want to donate the remainder, you are more than welcome to, but it's not required. Thank you. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Sorry, 1 sec. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? Masters and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? Masters and spirit guides, what are C's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina?
Masters and Spirit Guides, what are these current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Tina? You don't know how to donate? It's Remizu. Well, that's not true. It's Remizu. You just donated. You just donated $1.99 over SuperChat. So you can continue. If you want a full 5-card reading, you can donate. What was it? $8 over SuperChat. If you want to use Cashapp or PayPal or Venmo, let me know. Thank you. All right, Miss Tina girl. Let's see. We have Knight of Pentacles, King of Swords reversed, Seven of Swords reversed, excuse me, Eight of Swords, King of Pentacles, Six of Wands, Queen of Swords, Strength reversed, the Empress reversed, and Ace of Wands reversed. Thank you so much, Remy. Thank you so much, love, for your donation. Let me go ahead and add you real quick. You will be next. All right. Groovy, groovy. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Gross. All right. So let's get started, girl. So your general energies at this time, we are starting with the Knight of Pentacles and the Six of Wands. Slow and steady. I wonder how it will affect others than going to love life. Okay, Remy, it's not your turn right now. You'll be next. Thank you so much, love. So we got this Knight of Pentacles, Tina, and the Six of Wands. Slow and steady progress. Slow and steady progress with C. And definitely anticipating, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do feel like you are anticipating a victory with him. Thank you so much, Brian, for your donation, my buddy. Thank you, thank you. I'm going to quickly add you. All right. Okay, Miss Tina. So correct me if I'm wrong there, please, because those are your current energies. If that's not how you're feeling, please tell me how you're feeling, because that will help me with the rest of the reading, as you know. And then, so his current energies, we have the King of Pentacles and the Ace of Wands reversed. Yeah, he feels like he wants to be your king. He wants to be the man in your life. Yeah, Knight of Pentacles, King of Cups, King of Pentacles, Knight of Pentacles. He does feel correct. Okay, groovy. He does feel like he wants to be your man, your king, in a very solid way, but he doesn't know how to initiate it. With this Ace of Wands reversed, he's really concerned. Yeah, that's the word. He's concerned. He's concerned about how to make this happen. He really wants to make things work with you and him, but there are a lot of external factors. There are a multitude of external factors that are making it very, very difficult for this to come to fruition, despite the fact that he cares about you so much. He has very, very deep feelings for you, as you do for him. You guys have a history, too. Y'all have known each other for a long time. I do remember that. His thoughts towards you, we have the King of Swords reversed, the Queen of Swords. This is an acknowledgement. This is an acknowledgement of this imbalance here. Him with his King of Swords reversed, feeling as though the world is against him, and you being together. You know, what's that term? Like you and me against the world type. Yeah, like I've heard that in songs. I mean, you and me against the world, you and me against the world type energy, and him wanting to take control of that and take agency with that, with this Queen of Swords. Like, yeah, there's people who might not want us to be together. There are circumstances that may prevent us from being together, but I have got my thinking cap on. Look at this card. This is the Couture Tarot. I love Couture. I can't afford it, but I love it, and I buy it at good prices. I love Couture. I love fashion. I just love the art on here. She's got her crown on, and it's like he's got his thinking cap on. Look at that. Look at that cap. It's like a queen's cap, queen's hat. He's got his thinking cap on. He's thinking like, what can I do? What must I do to make this work? You know, his feelings. We have the Seven of Swords reversed and Strength reversed. Yeah, this is very much an awe situation. He's a good guy. He has no intentions of being unfair towards you. In fact, his intentions are just to be as truthful towards you as he possibly can with the Seven of Swords reversed. Like, no bullshit. No, oh yeah, everything's fine when it's not. Just keeping things really, really honest. But the truth, while the truth does set us free, it's also very scary. I mean, I have clients come to my channel all the time and say, hey, I want a reading. I'm like, cool, I'll give you a reading. They'll be like, actually, sorry, I'm too scared to ask. I don't want to know. Like, it's that kind of energy. With this Strength reversed, it's like I want to let her know everything that's going on. I want to let her know the truth. I intend to give her the truth, but with giving her the truth, I know that there is a risk of me enduring possibly some sorrow or rejection or difficulty. But he's very insecure, but he's also adamant about keeping it real with you, even though it makes him feel scared. Yes, very good. He wants to be truthful. Absolutely, even at the risk of him feeling like he doesn't have autonomy or agency. Okay, here we go. Yeah, his intentions towards you, we have the Eight of Swords and the Empress reversed. He feels trapped, girl. He feels trapped. He just feels bound and trapped. Eight of Swords is bondage. Eight of Swords is, she's got her blindfold on and she is trapped, and she's wrapped, like tied, bound, and she has 8 swords pierced into the ground around her. So she literally can't see, she can't move, she can't navigate. And that's what I'm seeing with him, is he just feels like trapped. He feels bound to the external forces that are potentially preventing the two of you from being together. And he wants to do his best to be as creative and to just solve this, problem in the most cohesive, logical way with the Empress reverse. But he's also doubting his abilities to do that with it being in its reversed form. He's determined to try and make something work here. But he also doubts his abilities at the end of the day, because he's really like thinking about you all the time and thinking about how to make this work all the time, different ways, not just one way to make this work with you, but multiple ways to make this work with you. And every single solution that he comes to, when he does all the equations, metaphorically, it always comes to something not working out. But he's got faith that there's going to be something that will work here. Sorry, here's a mess. He does have faith that there's something that's going to work here. But he is feeling really insecure right now about that. But he is determined. He is determined. I'm surprised we didn't see the Five of Wands reversed, external forces, because that's a big energy here. But yeah, no, he's definitely very, very much interested in you and wants to make things happen with you. And it really troubles him, the difficulties, and there isn't just one. There's multiple difficulties standing between you. There's the distance. There's the cultural difference. I think you mentioned family meddling. It's not the end of the world. It's not these aren't things that can't be overcome. They are, but it's difficult, and he's gonna. It might take time and a lot of creative thinking, or out of the box thinking to get this to work. It is actually very sweet. It is very sweet. It is very sweet. His energies and his feelings towards you haven't changed. But at the same time, the external forces haven't changed either. But what I find sweet about this is that he's determined to keep on coming up with practical solutions. He's one of those people who just, he won't take no for an answer, because he knows that there's always another way. So he's got a lot of fortitude. There's a lot of promise here. So that is what I'm seeing for you, Miss Tina. Thank you so much, love, for your donation. I appreciate you as always, and I hope it brought you clarity there. Thank you. It's Remy Zoo. It's Remy Zoo. Thank you so much for your donation, honey. Please go ahead and post your question. Yeah, so you donated for a 9-card reading, so you can have either 2 questions or 1 question, Remy Zoo. Please let me know. Excuse me. You're so welcome, Tina. Thank you very, very much, love. Thank you. Ms. Remy Zoo, please come to the chat. Thank you. All right, Miss Remy. So you want to know? So you've done it for a 12 card now. Awesome, girlfriend. I'm going through a transformation, and I want you to know how that transitions to my life. So how do you want me to ask this question, sweetheart? Do you want me to ask, how will Remy's transformations transition to her daily life? Or is there another way you'd like me to ask? Well, we can do, did you want to do 2 questions or 1? Because you have 12 cards. You donated for 12 cards, so we can do 2 6-card questions, or we can do 1 12-card question. So we can do 1 about your love life and 1 about your general transition. Do you want to do that? It's your reading, my love. It's your reading, your choice. Just want to get it right. Ooh, your wings are snagging my sweater. I should probably just take them off. I guess I will. There's challenges I've overcame to be. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Definitely can relate to that. So the question is, love, did you want me to ask 2 different questions? Okay, well I can explain. So we can ask 2 different questions, or 1 if you would like. We can ask a full 12-card question regarding your transition in your life, your spiritual transition, how that's going to affect your daily life. Or we could ask 2 questions, 1 about your love life specifically, and then the second one about this transitional phase period that you're going through. Which would you like? I always do, girl. I always do. I'll go in depth if you want 2 questions. I mean, it'll be more in depth if we do just 1 question, but I go in depth, girl. I get deep. That's probably my worst fault. I spend a lot of time on everyone's readings, so people gotta wait. Okay, all right. You know, I'm gonna do it this way. I'm gonna ask Spirit what messages you need to hear right now, because you're in a transitional phase. Your love life is in a transitional phase. I think that would be a great way to just ask this question for you. What messages do your spirit guides and your angels want you to hear the most? So they'll probably answer both. I can't promise that, but they likely will, if not more than 1 question. So let's start with that. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Remy. And Remy, what is your sign, sweetheart? Angels, messengers, and spirits, please provide Remy with all the messages that she needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirits, please provide Remy with any and all messages that she needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages that she needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages that she needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages that she needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages that she needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Taurus, awesome. Please provide Remy with any and all messages she needs to hear at this time. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages that she needs to hear at this time. Angels, masters, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages she needs to hear at this time. Angels, masters, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages she needs to hear at this time. Angels, masters, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages that she needs to hear at this time. Angels, masters, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages she needs to hear at this time. Angels, masters, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages she needs to hear at this time. Angels, masters, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages she needs to hear at this time. Angels, masters, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages that she needs to hear at this time. Angels, masters, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages that she needs to hear at this time. Angels, masters, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages that she needs to hear at this time. Alright, girl. Let's get into this. We have the Hierophant, Taurus. The Hierophant, that's you, babes. There's the Hierophant, King of Cups reversed, Six of Wands, the Star reversed, Seven of Pentacles, the Empress reversed, Temperance reversed, Nine of Cups reversed, Strength reversed, Ten of Pentacles, we love this card, Nine of Wands, and Ace of Wands reversed. Okay, yeah, you are definitely going through a major transition in your life right now. I can definitely see that. I know you told me like 2-3 times. I see it here, I see it here. I see it here, girl. Okay. Yeah, starting with the first card, you said you're a Taurus. We have the Hierophant and the Empress reversed. How do I put this? You're a Taurus. I'm an Aquarius. I'm a weird ass air sign. And oh, Remy, you didn't need to donate again. Here, let me add a couple extra cards. Okay, babes? Or $1.99 is a card. So let me add one extra card. Angels, masters, and spirit guides, please provide Remy with any and all messages she needs to hear at this time. Thank you. We got one more card, babes. We have the Knight of Cups. Not too shabby. All right, but let's start here, okay? We have this Hierophant with the Empress reversed. The Hierophant is you, babes. You are the Taurus. The Hierophant. Taurus. I just can't identify with you guys. I'm an air sign. I love Tauruses. You guys are like my favorite people because you're so grounded and you figured it out. Like y'all have figured it out. And you do have agency and autonomy and like you've got control in your life and I hope you know, maybe you don't, but you have complete control as to how your life unfolds. I mean, not in every aspect. We can't force, love to happen in our life. We can't force friendships to happen in our life. We can't force someone to hire us in our life. But you have a lot of power. You have a lot of power that you might not be recognizing at this time. Or maybe you are. Please let me know if you are. This Empress reverse, though, is telling me that there we go. The Empress reverse is telling me that you don't feel like you have as much autonomy or agency in your life as you actually do. The Hierophant has got it going on. The Hierophant is in control. The Hierophant is listened to as they should be because they have a lot of wisdom and a lot of knowledge and a lot of intuition. And with that, you must listen to yourself. Yeah, you think you have a good understanding of what I was just talking about? I don't know. You just said I don't know, but I think you have a good understanding of a lot of things from what I'm seeing here, for sure, for sure. But elaborate on that if you can. Um, yeah. Did you go through a breakup recently? Did you go through some romantic hardship? Because we've got this King of Cups reversed and Temperance reversed. These are both cards of like upheaval, imbalance, like everything was going a certain way, and then all of a sudden it was like went a million different ways. Am I right there? I mean, I'm not embarrassed if I'm wrong, but I just want to be right. I want to help you. I think I have a good understanding of what you about to talk about. Okay, okay. Legit. Um, yeah, you did go, correct me if I'm wrong, but you did go through, I had to let my guarded heart down. I was gonna say that I do feel like you've gone through a breakup of some type or some type of romantic ending. Um, yeah, we have the Six of Wands with this Nine of Cups reverse. It was like you did what you needed to do. Yeah, you opened up. Exactly, you opened up, and it wasn't received the way that it should have been, or the way that you needed it to have been. That's kind of the theme for tonight. I did a few other readings where that was definitely an issue where my client opened up to their person and all they got was like, I can't handle it. I don't know if that's the situation with you, but you opened up. You had to let your guard down. And Spirit is saying that in that, yeah, you did lose faith in some of the dreams that you had for what you thought was going to unfold in your life romantically with this Nine of Cups reversed. But Spirit's also saying that you made the right decision. You're on the right path. You're not making any wrong decisions here. You're listening to your intuition, which is really, really strong. You're listening to it hard. I had to let a lot past trauma go and live a more free life, working in my favor. Right on, right on. That, yeah, I love that. I love that. That's how everyone should live. If they have the courage to, and you do, and you do. And it's hard. It's hard. It can be hard sometimes, but it will result in in what you want to see come to fruition. Um, and I am seeing, correct me if I'm wrong, but I am seeing some hopelessness, um, not seeing the light in the darkness with the star reverse, and some feelings of insecurity and fear with the strength reverse card, feeling like at times feeling like you can't overcome these challenges. You can though. You can absolutely 100% you can. We doubt ourselves all the time as humans. Don't doubt yourself, honey. Sometimes I have to tell people like, hey, what your brain is telling you is like lies. Like that sounded really, really mean. But honestly, sometimes I have to tell some of my clients like, hey, like, no, what you're telling yourself is actually just like self-soothing. It's not actually helping you, and it's not really on like the path that you should be on. You're on the path that you should be on. You know where you are right now, and there are definitely some aspects about it that are not super joyful. Um, I don't know any other way of putting it, but they are also your truth. I met this girl at work and feel like she jump started my heart to live a better life for myself first. I love that. I love that. I love that. Yeah. Yeah, you've got to live a better life for yourself first before anybody else. Before anybody else. As RuPaul said, how the hell you gonna love somebody if you don't love yourself? And I'm not telling you that you don't love yourself, but focusing on yourself and where you need to be is really going to serve you. And it at sometimes will feel frustrating and slow in its movement and its growth with this Seven of Pentacles, but good God, this Ten of Pentacles is a big effing deal. This is, in my opinion, the most powerful card in the deck of 78. I'm not even joking. So, girl, I pull a card for myself every single day. I've been doing it for years. I pulled the Ten of Pentacles for myself once in 6 years. And that day, I was asked to ordain a wedding. This is a very powerful card. This is a card of not just financial contentment and lack of worry, but stability in every compartment of your life. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Yeah, this Nine of Wands. Spirit is saying to still keep your guard up. Don't let your guard down. This is not a time to let your guard down and to let someone think, oh, like I'm coming into your life and I'm going to, you know, jumpstart your heart to live a better life for yourself. That's on you. I feel she is going through a similar path. Is it a romantic thing or a friendship or? And you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but do you feel like you guys are like connected in that way? You could like mirror each other. Because Spirit is saying like this is like you, like you are on a path. You are on a path to spiritual progression and growth, a major one. And the spiritual growth that you are going through and will discover and experience is going to be on your own with this Ace of Wands reversed. I do believe that you're going to share some you know some of those hardships with another person. Some say we are going through twin flame separation. I don't believe in twin flame. This is an anti-twin flame channel. Sorry. Yeah, no, I don't. I hate the idea of twin flame. I think it's very. As much as I love Plato, I think it's a very toxic, very toxic idea. The idea that we're not complete without another person. I don't agree with that. And then the whole thing with the twin flames, like, oh, you have to go through so much difficulty to be with this person. No, that's not how love works. It's just not. All of the most successful, loving connections I've seen have never gone through periods of silence and difficulty and turmoil, blah, blah, blah. It just doesn't work for me. I'll use the term soulmate. She might be your soulmate. But I don't agree with twin flames, and that's not your fault. You're new here. I think you're new here, and I'm one of the few tarot readers who's anti twin flame. It's okay, for real. It does come from a place of pain for sure, honey. It does, yeah. Ooh, but girl, I'm loving this last card, this Knight of Cups. There's someone new coming into your life. I don't know if you want to accept that, because it sounds like you might be interested in someone already. But Knight of Cups, Page of Cups is always a sign that someone new is coming into your life. Either someone completely new who you haven't met before. Usually with the Knight of Cups, it's going to be someone who you haven't met before. If it was the Page of Cups, I'd say it might be someone from your past popping back in, but I think there's going to be someone brand new coming into your life, honey.
and redirecting things. But this journey that you're on to, with your spiritual growth and changes is of yours and yours alone. It's individual. This is your journey, no one else's. No one else is to shoulder or bear. But then being in a relationship is a different topic. And I do see someone new coming into your life. My way, but only you could say many look my way, but only one catches my eye. We don't know each other formally. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I hear you. No, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Many people look your way, but only one catches your eye. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. And that's tough. It's tough. But it also doesn't mean that someone's not going to catch your eye, because they do. I don't know how old you are, but I'm old. I'm going to be 40. I'm going to be 40 next week. Can you believe that? I'm going to be 40 next week. And I'm not saying that makes me like wiser than anyone or whatever. But just from my experience, I have been so shocked and surprised by new people coming into my life and really redirecting things. And I've also been so surprised by people not coming into my life and not redirecting things, and me navigating my own new path on my own. This reading tells me that you've got a combo of the two. There's a path that you're on that you need to navigate on your terms and your terms alone. And then there's another path that you're going to be embarking on soon with another individual, romantically. With the Knight of Cups. I love the Knight of Cups. It is such a sweet card. That's someone new. That's a new romantic interest coming into your life. And I know when we have a romantic interest and we're told there's a new one that's going to come into your life and take over, a lot of people don't want to hear that, and I understand that. I totally understand that, because I've had readings like that. Like, no, he's not the one. There's another one coming in. And it's like, well, damn, I wanted him, but he's not coming in. Well, redirect your thoughts. It's like the hangman. There's someone coming into your life romantically. I don't know if you're ready for it. If you are, that's awesome. If you're not, get ready. Or not. If you're not ready, don't accept. But there's someone new coming into your life, someone who you haven't met. So there's two divergences in this journey: your own path and a path romantically with another person. And I do see it being a new person. I don't think this young lady in your life is. I don't think she's bad, and I don't think that you should like kick her out of your life or anything like that. I just don't think that she's in it. She's going to be a part of your life in the long haul. I think there's someone else who's going to come into your life very soon. Who's going to really make a change in your life. This girl, I last seen her in my orientation day 1 year ago. Up until recently, the building is so big. Sorry. No, you're not. You're all good. You're all good. So you're in college right now? I'm guessing you're in school. College was, girl, when I was in college, my love life, my dating life, my romantic life was the best. Honestly, it was awesome. Because I was constantly going, I had no choice but to be an extrovert, even as an introvert. You have to go to class. You have, you have to go to parties. No, I didn't have to go to parties, but I was invited to them and I went to them. Yeah, my dating life was the best when I was in college. So, oh, you work at Amazon. Okay, well, still a lot of people there that you're communicating with and fraternizing with throughout your day. It can be really difficult dating someone who you're working with. Keep that in mind. I always talk about that. Like, bear that in mind. If you're like, I know we develop crushes on people that we work with because we spend so much time with them and we get to know them, but we also work with them. So we're there with them 40 hours, possibly plus a week, and then we go home and we're with them again. It's a lot. I don't know if you've ever dated someone who you've worked with, but it's a lot, and I have, and it's really intense. And for me, did not work. I'm sure I know it's worked for other people, but just for me, um, didn't work. Having 100% time with someone that faded quickly. That faded quickly. It was more of like a fantasy that I had. We have higher positions in different okay. So there's also like a power dynamic there as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to tell you, don't go for this person. I don't want to tell you that. But there's power dynamics there. Y'all work together. It's just two very important things to keep in mind. Doesn't mean that there's no possibility. Doesn't mean that there's no possibility at all. But those things are definitely things that you want to keep into consideration, I'd say. Well, thank you so much, love. Thank you very, very much, Miss Remy. I really appreciate you, and it's way weird taking the time for self and writing our past is holding us down. Yeah. And you've got that, and the things that you've said are telling me that you really know what's up. You have a good idea of what's going on. You have very strong intuition. Um, you're not imagining things. You know that you're on your journey, and it's very real. So you know what's up. I have full faith and courage in you, and I think things are gonna really look up for you in a very surprising way over the next couple of months. I think that you're gonna meet someone brand new, maybe a new hire. As much as I don't encourage people to date people they work with, you might be meeting a new person at your work that you like. I don't know. There's someone new coming into your life. But in terms of your own spiritual transition, you've got this. It's you and you alone, and you've got it. Don't worry about it. Easier said than done, I know. But that's what I'm seeing and what I'm feeling. Thank you so very much, Remy. Thank you, my love. I really appreciate you. I think you're new to the channel, so welcome and thank you so much for your subscription and joining the Starry Tarot channel, being a Starling. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, Brian. Brian, thank you so much for your donation. Please go ahead. You actually, knowing you probably already wrote your question. Let's see what's up here. Brian says, how are things going for Mike and Casey now that my dad and I are no longer around them? Casey's the same guy who took my grandpa's book, by the way. Oh, okay. All right, give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, Brian. Let's do this. You're very welcome, Miss Remy. Thank you so much, love. Thank you. How are things going for Mike and Casey now that my dad and I are no longer around them? Okay, how are things going for Mike and Casey? Are Mike and Casey just like old times, right? Yeah, for sure. Wait, Mike and Casey they're not gay, right? They're not like dating. They're friends. Because Casey's a dude, right? I and there's nothing wrong with being gay. I love gay people. You know that. But is Casey's a dude, right? Or a chick? Mike works in okay. So they work together. All right. There's no romance going on. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. All I needed to know. Okay. How are things going for Mike and Casey? Doesn't matter. Okay. Let us see. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are things going for Mike and Casey now that Brian and his dad are no longer around? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are things going for Mike and Casey now that Brian and his father are no longer around? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are things going for Mike and Casey now that Brian and his father aren't around? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are things going for Mike and Casey? Brian and his father are no longer around. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are things going for Mike and Casey? Sorry for the hiccups. Since Brian and his father are no longer around. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are things going for Mike and Casey since Brian and his father are no longer around? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are things going for Mike and Casey now that Brian and his father are no longer around? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are things going for Mike and Casey now that Brian and his father are no longer around? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are things going for Mike and Casey now that Brian and his father are no longer around? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. How are things going for Mike and Casey now that Brian and his father are no longer around? Alright, we got the Hangman reversed, Seven of Wands, Six of Wands, the Devil reversed, and Four of Pentacles. Okay. Alright. Seven of Wands, Six of Wands, and Seven of Wands right next to each other. That's so funny. So, with this Hangman reversed, things haven't changed much since you and your father don't have as much influence over them or aren't around as much per se. Things have largely remained. And please correct me if I'm wrong. Things have at least between these two gentlemen have remained predominantly the same. They do feel like this is definitely something worth defending with the Seven of Wands. Sorry, one sec. There's something that they feel is like still worth defending and still worth like trying for with you and your father now that you're not around. And they feel like there's some kind of victory on the horizon between y'all with the Six of Wands. I'm surprised. I'm honestly, this reading surprises me. They don't have any bad intentions, dude. And I know you didn't say that they had bad intentions, but I kind of just assumed that they did, just from past readings and things like that. or not bad intentions, but like, yeah, I mean, Casey stole your grandpa's book. I mean, like hell, like not great, not good stuff. But with the devil reversed, I feel like those devilish binds are a thing of the past. And I do, with this Four of Wands here, I do feel like the two of them, Mike and Casey, definitely um, still think about you and your father and still feel attached. There's no devilish bond. There's no like deviant or devilish or unhealthy bonds there, but they still do feel a draw and a connection. I would love to see your grandfather's book, but I would never, never, never. Like, it doesn't matter how close. If I knew you were in person and we were the closest as ever, like best friends, I still wouldn't ask. There's something there in your grandpa's book. You know, and you know that. And I think that, you know, they're not connected to you now, but I don't think that they're feeling that they want to be disconnected from you forever. Now, when we take their intentions into consideration, are they good or bad? That I'm having a difficult time determining. I don't know if this is to gain like more knowledge from what they've already absconded from you, or if this is like, oh well, you know, Brian's grandpa like definitely like knew what was up, so Brian has to like know what's up, and his father does because they're descendants of him. Like maybe we should be like closer to them. It is self-serving. There is a self-serving energy to it, my love. There is definitely a self-serving energy that I'm not digging, which is also kind of not to be. I'm not just assuming it just based on their like behavior towards you and their like attitudes in the past. But it just, I don't know, just kind of feels that way. But overall, they're not looking to disconnect themselves from you entirely. But that's up to you. It's up to you and your dad. You know, it's not up to them. Um, so yeah, that's a weird one. That's a weird. So you're not weird. That's just a weird situation. Weird situation. Difficult situation to read. Um, they should definitely have some guilt there, which I didn't see. So yeah, that is what I'm seeing there for you, my friend Brian. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you. And let me know if you have any questions, because that was definitely kind of a confusing reading there, um, in terms of where they stand and whatnot. But yeah, thank you so much, my friend. I really, really appreciate you. And yeah, hope I brought you clarity. All right, so it looks like we are all through with donations. So I'm gonna do a last call for all donations. Just letting y'all know, I have no effing clue when I will be on live next. I really don't. I came on tonight because I realized I had Wi-Fi. Didn't even know. But I have plans. I'm on vacation right now, so my little time off. So I will do my best to go on before I arrive back in the States on the 26th. And we just received a donation. Thank you so much. Wait. I still haven't actually. I actually still haven't received a donation, but I'm sure it'll come in just a moment. Give me one moment, love. Thank you. All right, thank you so much, Miss N, for your donation, my darling. Thank you, thank you. Please go ahead and post your question right there in the chat. Thank you. So I want to know, if I were to start searching for new jobs, how would it go, and would it be hard to find a new job essentially? Okay, good question. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. If N were to start searching for new jobs, how would it go? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. If N were to start searching for new jobs, how would it go? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. If N were to start searching for new jobs, how would it go? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. If N were to start searching for new jobs, how would it go? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. If N were to start searching for new jobs, how would it go? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. If N were to start searching for new jobs, how would it go? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. If N were to start searching for new jobs, how would it go? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. If N were to start searching for new jobs, how would it go? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. If N were to start searching for new jobs, how would it go? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. If N were to start searching for new jobs, how would it go for her? Okay, we have Seven of Cups reversed, the Star reversed, Eight of Cups reversed, the Wheel of Fortune reversed, and Two of Pentacles. This is telling me, because I'm telling you, girl, when I did those readings for you earlier, I was getting a message that there are other opportunities out there for you. However, there's a mindset change that needs to take place, and I know it's very, very difficult. Working in an environment like that where you're not getting positive nor negative feedback, you're not getting any feedback, that'll do something to a person. Even the strongest, hardest working person, that will F with them. That will mess with them, in my opinion. I'm sure there's some people where they'll be totally unscathed, but very few. And I feel like there are opportunities out there for you, for sure, but it's a mindset change that needs to, this isn't my opinion, this isn't me telling you what I think that needs to happen, but let's start with this Eight of Cups reverse right here in the center. You've got to be confident in your abilities and your value, and confident in walking away from where you are right now, which can be tough. There's always the comfort in the familiar. Even if it's annoying, even if it's troublesome, we still find comfort in what is familiar to us. Change can be scary. I shouldn't even say it can be. It is almost always scary. at least at the beginning. And then we realize, then we acclimate to our new space. And I see this here with the Seven of Cups reversed. This to me is telling me that you will opportunities. How do I put this? I don't want to hurt your feelings. I don't want to make you feel badly, but I do feel like there is possibly a mindset that it's not your fault, babes. It's not your fault. It's the mindset that this job has put you into. It would put anyone into. Honestly, that you feel like there's, even if you were to start looking and see that there are opportunities out there for you, I fear that you still would be clinging to the job that you're currently at, and it would possibly push you away from wanting to accept that new opportunity. I'm seeing that also with the Wheel of Fortune reversed. And then furthermore with the Star reversed. Not seeing the light in the darkness, because this is darkness. I mean, I've been reading for you for years now, honey bunny. And again, I think it's been 6 months maybe, or a year since you've been working at this place, and I've been reading for you. We've done a lot of TFI, thoughts, feelings, and intentions questions for you and your bosses. And I always just think to myself, like, they don't give her any feedback. So how are you supposed to thrive, let alone survive in an environment like that? And I sadly feel like that might cross over into your search, and Spirit is saying, like, don't, I'll get to it in a moment. I'll get to it right now. This Two of Pentacles. Don't let your past dictate your future. All totally new beginnings here. New year, new you, new job, balancing something new into your life, getting rid of the old, and accepting the new into your life. I definitely see I hate saying this because I feel like a nagging parent, like, you need an attitude change. But sometimes we do. But sometimes at the same time, yeah, you need an attitude change, but how, of course you got to this point, like, and it's hard to just change your attitude and change your state of mind just like, at the flip of the switch. And you've done so well at your job, and you've put your all into it, and they're just not, they're not appreciating you. They're not highlighting your value and what you're worth. And you need a job that's going to do that. 6 months, yeah, 6 months, yeah. And every time I read for you, I think the same thing. I'd be like, damn, like, I definitely have clients where they come to me and say, like, I don't get any feedback, good or bad. But with you, it's like even starker. It's like you legit get nothing. You legit get nothing. And I don't know if there's a way that you can, like, I mean, at this point, I don't know if it would even be, like, advantageous for you to ask or request for a performance review. But what I'm seeing here is there are a lot of opportunities out there for you, but you have to believe that you're worth it. And this job has made you, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like this job has lowered your self-value. You know what your value is, you know what your worth is, but this job that you're currently in has lowered it day by day, incrementally, little tiny ways, and it's threatening to thwart your opportunities, your future opportunities. I wish I could say that this is easier said than done, to just like say F that place. I know my worth, I know my value, and they're gonna accept it. But honestly, fake it till you make it. Because I know your worth, I know your value, and I know that your current job is not acknowledging it at all. And they never have. Ever. And I remember I used to tell you, if they're not saying anything, then you're fine. Which is true, I think, for like a large part, but it's still not okay. You still need to know like where you're at. And you were always just so confused. Can you tell if I would get new offers soon? I'm not seeing that here, love. That's not the question that I asked. It would be another question. But so if you want to ask another question, you can. If you don't want to, I'm not forcing you to. That's fine. But that would be a different question. But what I'm seeing here is, yes, there are absolutely there's opportunities out there for you. It's you that's potentially holding you back. And I hate saying that. Because I feel like I'm telling you like, oh, you've got a bad attitude. No, you don't have a bad attitude. It's this job has warped your sense of value. You know what you're worth. You know your value. Yet this job has manipulated it. And how is that not going to affect you, finding new opportunities? Because you'll likely compare them to the experience you've had at this job right now. I don't know what that was cool though. But yeah, you're likely going to equate it to what you've been going through now, and you've got to turn. Wow, you've got to turn a new page. I don't know if you see this in the card art with this Two of Pentacles. Sorry, on the other side, it's literally like turning a new leaf, turning a new page. See all this like gray, dark fog here, and then do you see this like blue sky just on the periphery? That blue sky is your truth. That London fog, that's just brain fog caused by your job. You have opportunities out there, babes. You do. You really do. It's about recalibrating your knowing what you're worth. Knowing that any company would be so lucky to have you on board. You know what you do, and you do it well. You know how to do it. And this job, in my opinion, has cut you down because it gives them a sense of power, and it weakens their employees. So it makes it more difficult for them to find a new opportunity. It makes them more difficult for them to feel confident. I would love to see you leave this place. I know it's really, really, really hard. I know. Finding a new job, finding a new house, finding a new partner, it's also difficult. I know. But I really feel like getting out of this environment would be really, really good for you. Why do you think they're like that? I don't know, babes. I really don't. I think they're just toxic. I get the sense that you are a very good worker. I really do. I'm not BSing you. If I felt that you were like lacking, I would tell you, like, I'd be like, hey, babes, like, I feel like you're just like not into this job, and they can see that. What I think is happening is they think, I think that you are exhibiting, um, what's the word I'm looking for? You're exhibiting traits of being disconnected, of not being motivated at one's job, and those traits are directly derived and correlated from the lack of actual like feedback that you get from your bosses, your superiors. How the F are you supposed to know where you stand? And if you don't know where you stand in your in anywhere in your life, your love life, your work life, your friends life, your family life, how are you supposed to perform? So I feel like they've done a number on you, hun. I feel like I don't want to say they've just, because they haven't destroyed you and they haven't broken you. You know that. They have not, no. But they have, I think they've put your mind into a temporary state of doubt. Doubt, lack of hope, lack of, yeah, lack of hope in finding something new, which I know is out there. Don't let don't let anyone stop you from finding that wonderful new opportunity. Especially not these ones, not these guys. They're not worth it. Not at all. Not at all. I think you're going to be totally fine, babes. I really do. I really do. I think that this is definitely a bullet that you're dodging. I think leaving now is ideal. I know you don't want to, I know you're not going to quit. I know, but I think not being there would be ideal for you. I know that there's other opportunities out there for you, but I just see this job breaking you down and breaking you down. And they've been doing it for months. I remember I was still living in Pacifica. I think I think the first time you came to me with a reading for the job that you're working at now, I think it was like October or September. Maybe it was summertime actually. I was still living in Pacifica, and I remember because I remember I was at the desk. Yeah, and I remember thinking to myself, just like, they don't give her any feedback. Like, how does one work like that? I mean, I'm going to start looking. Oh, right on. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Start looking. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if this whole like your boss replacing you with S thing doesn't happen, still look like as soon as possible. This job is not good for you, babes. It's really not. I mean, I'm just some lady who reads cards and likes cats, but I really feel like this is not a good, and never has been a good place for you. I've always told you you're great. You're really great at what you do. But if they can't appreciate that, if they can't even acknowledge that, what's the worth? What's the point? Because you'll constantly just be feeling like you're, walking on eggshells and having no like clear idea of where you're going. So yes, start looking, my love. Start looking, um, and do your very best while you're looking to recalibrate your viewpoint. Like, I'm worth this. Like, I've been doing this for how long? I have these credentials, this, that, and the other. Like, this is on my resume. Like, anybody would be so lucky to hire me. And it's hard to just shift into that mindset. I understand, but that's what I'm seeing in the cards. Is, girl, you got it going on, and you don't realize it because this place has stopped you. This place has jeopardized that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, girl. I really appreciate you, honey bunny, and keep me posted on how things are going. You don't have to, obviously, when I say, I honestly really mean that. Like, you can come to my channel, just tell me what's going on. Like, I always read, like, I always really want to know. Like, you know, and I'm not demanding you tell me, but like, I would really like to know how things unfurl from here. Um, and I care. So, yeah. Thank you so much, love. Much love and light to you. So we're going to do a last call for all donations tonight. Last call for any and all donations tonight. If you have a question that you would like me to answer for you, I am here. I don't know when I will be on next. I will do my best to go on next. I don't know when that will be. It might be tomorrow. It might be 2 weeks from now. I really don't know. Wi-Fi is a little iffy, so. But when I am here, I am always more than happy to answer y'all's questions, help y'all out, bring you to a higher state of clarity and truth. Last call, everybody. Last call for all donations. Thank you so much. It's so funny. I'm so skinny, but my arms always look so fat. Like, check this out. I'm really skinny. I'm not saying like, I'm really, but I really am. I'm like too skinny. Oh, my arm doesn't. See, it still kind of looks a little chunky, but it looks so chunky when I put it in a sweater. It's so gross. Last call, everybody. Last call for all donations. Last call. Last call. And it's funny because my legs are so skinny mini. They're literally like two toothpicks. I'm honestly like, yeah. I've got the skinniest legs, and then my arms are like two sausages. It's disgusting. I guess I could like pump iron and get them like all like buff and stuff, but I'd rather not. Last call, everybody. Last call tonight. Last call for all donations. I really don't know when I will be on next. I might be on tomorrow, like I said. I might be on in 2 weeks. Yeah, it's the 15th. No more yearly readings. Y'all missed out. Sorry. But for those of you who did get your 2026 readings, thank you so much. Much love and light to you. And a very, very happy and prosperous and healthy 2026 to all of you. Thank you so much. Last call, everybody. Last call for all donations tonight. Last call, or today. Last call, last call, last call. Hi, Divine Lovely. Hello, hello, hello. Were you interested in a reading tonight? Absolutely, honey. I was just doing last call. Yeah. So if you want a reading, no problem. We can do that. No problem. How are you doing? Yes. All right, babes. No problem. Hope you're doing well. I'm just going to grab a drink of water. But yeah, send your donation. I'm more than happy to read for you. Thanks, babes. Divine Lovely. Divine Lovely, I still have not received your donation. I'll give it another minute or so. And I guess I'll do another last call for all donations tonight. Again, I really don't know when I'll be on next. I'm gonna do my best, but thank you so much. Thank you so much, girl. Thank you. Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. Boom, boom, boom. If you threw a party and invited everyone you knew. I'm gonna stop singing the Golden Girl song. Thank you so much, Divine Lovely. Please go ahead and post your question. Thank you. I'm gonna drink my orange Joina. They don't have Orangina nearly as much as they should in the US. You're very welcome, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you. Oof. Turn the heat on a little bit. How does my friend G feel about the text I sent her? I expressed my feelings and created a boundary. Okay. And honey, what is your sign? And what is G's sign? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. How does G feel about Nicole sent her? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. How does G feel about the text Nicole sent her? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. How does G feel about the text that Nicole sent her? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. How does G feel about the text that Nicole sent her? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. How does G feel about the text that Nicole sent her? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. How does G feel about the text that Nicole sent her? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. How does G feel about the text Nicole sent her? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. How does G feel about the text Nicole sent her? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. How does G feel about the text Nicole sent her? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides. How does G feel about the text Nicole sent her? I just see 2 deleted messages, so I don't know what you typed. This is what we have. The Ace of Pentacles reversed. 8 of Wands reversed. The Hierophant. Knight of Cups reversed. And King of Wands reversed. I was going to ask how long the 2 of you have been friends for, but I don't think it actually matters in this. You're a gem, she's a Leo. Okay. Fellow air sign here, I'm an Aquarius, so I'm an Aquarius with a Gemini moon and a Libra rising, so I know all. I know all about the air signs. Okay. I almost feel like I don't need to ask you how long the 2 of you have known one another. It's irrelevant, I feel, to this. How is she feeling? Not pleased. Not pleased at all. So she's a Libra. You only been friends for 8 months. Okay. You see her true colors. God, I'm singing too much tonight. You're seeing her true colors. I don't like her energy. I normally just I normally don't say things like that. I mean, you didn't come to me to ask me like, hey, do you like my friend's energy? But these cards, you told me that you set a boundary, right? You said, let me read this. You said that you expressed your feelings and you created a boundary. And she's all higgledy-piggledy about it. She's all messed up about it. She's feeling like things are over. That the foundation that you guys had set it was like a castle built on sand. When it's a castle built on sand, that usually means that it was a relationship that was one-sided. Now that could, maybe you were making all the demands, or maybe she was making all the demands. I have a feeling she was making all the demands because you just told me that you had to set a boundary with her. But it could have gone either way. But I'm leaning towards the fact that I know we always like to think we're right? But looking at these cards here and just from what you told me, like, this is not a good way to respond to someone setting a boundary and saying their truth. She doesn't want to communicate with you. 8 of Wands reversed. She's really effing pissed. She was not happy with that boundary. So you're the Gemini and she's the Libra. Interesting. I like Geminis more than Libras. Shh, don't tell anyone. Gemini and Leo are my 2 favorite signs. I love Geminis. I love Leos. And for like not even my like own benefit. Like a lot of them screw me over, but I love them. Like till the end of the day. Seriously, Libras are normally very, very just people, but I'm not seeing that here. I'm seeing that she is feeling very out of control. I made a statement about something and she gave me a laundry list of unsolicited advice. I saw codependency red flags. Codependency red flags, and I was also going to say possibly I have not gotten my MFT yet, but I would say possibly narcissistic personality disorder. She's definitely got this and this is, I mean, most Libras are not like this. She doesn't strike me as your typical Libra. She strikes me as your atypical Libra. Yeah, no, she's very. I would say, yeah, codependent, but also there's some narcissistic, all on my terms or nothing. Redefining reality to fit one's own needs and desires and wants. I felt judged and controlling behavior. Moon and Scorpio are controlling. Yeah. That is true. I lived years thinking that my moon was in Scorpio, but it was in Gemini. Thank God. No offense to my moon and Scorpio people out there, but like honestly, like thank God. Yeah, no, she's feeling like, so she's moon in Scorpio. Okay, there we go. Yeah, she's feeling really out of control. King of Wands reversed and Knight of Cups reversed. She's feeling like she does not. She's concerned. 2 things. She's feeling like she doesn't have the upper hand here, but for that to even be a thing to be considered is too, in my opinion, problematic. You shouldn't just have the upper hand. A friendship, any kind of relationship, whether it be romantic or familial, platonic friendship, needs to go both ways. It's a 50-50. And interesting, she's a Libra. She strikes me as Justice reversed or Queen of Swords reversed. She seems like a bad Libra. There's bad and good for all of our signs, babe. You know, I always say that to people. I'm like, there's good Aquariuses and there's really shitty ones. I've met them. No, just kidding. I've dated them. I've met them. There's some really, like, people will say, oh, Aquarius is the best sign or Leo is the best sign. No, I've met some bad ones. Trust me. There's bad of every sign. She's striking me, and I don't want to say she's a bad person because I don't think she is. I think she's troubled. I think she needs some help. I think she needs a check-in. And that's why I think she has some. I don't. I don't want to say she has narcissistic personality disorder. I'm not a doctor, but she is. That's what's leading me to signs that she has some traits of that. Is that she doesn't actually have like a mirror to like reflect her in an honest way. She's looking at herself and saying, "I'm right. I'm always right. No one needs to check me, and if they do, I'm still in the right." Like one of my favorite Reddit subreddits is "Am I the Asshole?" I've been on there for like maybe 6 months now. I love it. Like, am I the asshole here? Like, please let me know. And sometimes, very rarely, I'll be honest, very rarely am I the asshole. But I have been sometimes. I love being checked. Like, please, like, check me, you know? Let me know if I'm not in the right. This girl, you couldn't tell her. Is this resonating at all, babes? It's so weird and sad. No objection to shaky man. You're hella funny. Yeah, yeah. Weird and sad. I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that for sure. Yeah, no, she's got this mindset where it's just like, I could never be the asshole. And it may have to do with her Libra sense of justice, and it's just warped with her. But that's really what I'm seeing, because we've got this Hierophant, the one card that I didn't mention until now, the Hierophant, right here in the center. She believes that her values are what are aligned with everybody's universal values of what is right and what is wrong. That's dangerous. That's some dangerous thinking. And that's, that's very like fixed sign thinking. Like I'm an Aquarius, I'm a fixed sign. We can be very stubborn and very rigid in our, especially being King of Swords, I'm very into justice and what's right, what is wrong. And like I told you, like if I wonder if I'm ethically wrong, I'll ask several sources. I'll ask Reddit, I'll ask ChatGPT, like I'll ask friends of mine, like, is this really, or like, like a professional, like, am I really in the wrong here? I want to know, like, and if I am, how do I correct that? And how do I, recalibrate? So 8 months, you guys have been friends, and this is where she's at. I don't think this friendship, I know you didn't ask, but I don't think this friendship, I don't want to say it's not worth or not viable enough to like keep afloat, but if it's this early on and she's this like defensive, I don't know what her potential is in terms of being a friend moving forward, Crazy. You kept it graceful. Yeah. And that's what I like. It sounds like you kept it graceful. You weren't being like, oh, thank you. Like, I feel like you actually were just like, thank you. Like you weren't being like, fake or weird. And even if you were if you were, probably all the better for you. But yeah, no, it just sounds like, she's got that Hierophant card right there in the middle. That's like, okay, my values are aligned with everyone else's and should be aligned with everyone else's. It sounds like the two of yours values just don't align, which sucks because you guys just worked on a friendship for 8 months. That sucks, girl. I feel you. That's happened to me. It happened to me not too long ago. I made really good friends with this dude, and we were friends for like a little over a year, and then we went clubbing, and he ended up stealing my wallet from me. Like, he ended up being a klepto, he ended up being weird, and I had to cut him out of my life. He was a Gemini. You're a Gemini. I don't like them. I'm just kidding. No, I'm telling you, I love Geminis. They can steal my wallet. I'll still love them. Sometimes I still want to reach out to him. I miss him. but like you do that to me, I can't forgive. You need to draw boundaries. You drew a boundary with her and she couldn't accept. Yeah, precisely. Precisely. Me too. Me too. You have trouble speaking up as a Gemini? Oh, that's sad. You guys are like the most eloquent speakers. Oh, she's trying to give me advice she has no experience with when I'm older and have 5 kids. Wait, what? I don't know how much older you are, but if she's got no kids and you got 5, I mean, I'm not saying I don't have any kids, but like it's 2 different worlds. But like I do always look at mothers, especially my friends who are mothers, and I'm just like, good goddamn, you are so much more responsible than me because you have to be. Like, like, so yeah, no, it sounds like she definitely has like a warped sense of right and wrong, values. When you do speak up, watch out. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I feel you there. You know what? That's such a good point with my Gemini moon too, because our moon signs control our communication. Um, so I'm in France right now, and a young lady walked up to me asking for directions, and I can speak a fair amount of French, enough to get by. But I got so nervous that my Gemini tongue just like caught me. Wait, your moon? That's so funny. Your moon's in Aquarius, my moon's in Gemini. That's so funny. So my Gemini moon caught my tongue. I was like, pardon. All I said was pardon. Pardon? Sorry? For what? The girl came up to me asking for directions. Anyway, yeah, no, cat got my tongue. Gemini cat got my tongue. It was so funny. And your Mars is in Gemini. Oh wow, wow. My Mars is in Scorpio. My Mars is in Scorpio. That's I'm all air. Yeah, my Venus is in Aquarius too. And I feel like if my sun was in Gemini, I would totally be bilingual. Because the Geminis I know are always bilingual. And they tend to love French. Usually, they tend to have an English-French proclivity. But I feel like a lot of Geminis are really good at, I don't know if you speak 2 languages, but they're just very competent at like using that conversational, at the very least conversational, at another language. Yeah, me too. I'm like all air. I always joke I'm like super, super gassy. Super gross. I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I'm super airy, fairy, like airhead. I looked at my chart recently. I was like, good lord, like I really am so airy. Like I have ADD, like it's no one's business. I've got anxiety, like it's no one's business. I think that those 2 things are really like when you're an air sign. Only water is Venus in Cancer. Only water is Venus in Cancer. Oh, for you. Oh, your Venus is in Cancer. Oh, you've got to be so romantic. That's so cute. I mean, Aquarius and Venus sucks. Like Aquarius is we love romance and we love love, but it's like we're like from a different, like from Mars, like observing romance and like people living their lives and being romantic with one another. Yeah. Like I've legit read like if you're like Venus is in Aquarius, like good luck like finding a partner. I'm like cool. That's awesome. But yeah. Anyway, astrology. I love it. I live by it. Live it, learn it, love it. But we are not defined by our signs. Can I get an amen? Amen. I'll do one last call. Actually, it's 2 in the morning. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna call it a night because I'm getting sleepy. I need to sleep because that's what people do when they're sleepy. And Thank you so much, girl. I really appreciate you, love. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope I brought you clarity. You stand strongly. Thank you. I'm on vacation right now. I'm in France, girl. I'm in France. I'm from California, but I'm in France, and so it's like 2 in the morning. So I should go to bed. And yeah, enjoy my little vacation. Thank you so much, love. Yeah, I hope I brought you clarity. And yeah, if she can't appreciate you, easier said than done to just be like, because I've been there, especially as an Aquarius, we value friendship so much. It's. I always say like friendship breakups are just as painful as romantic ones. Like they really are for me, at least. Thank you. I will, and I am. I'm having a great time, and yeah. All right, love. Thank you so much. And like I said, I don't know when I'll be on next. I can't tell you when I'll be on next. It might be tomorrow. It might be 2 weeks from now. I don't know. But if you have a question, you can always just send me your donation with your question, and I can either email you or do a voice memo over DM on Instagram. But hopefully, I'll see you all sooner on live stream. Much love and light to you.